unbounded willingness to explore the extremes of humanity, and like almost a celebration of the extremes of humanity.
Yeah, well, it's a very kind comparison. I'll get there one day, maybe. I just went to Aspen on a little Hunter S. Thompson recon trip to go check out the Woody Creek Tavern, which is the spot that it was like his bar near his cabin. It was pretty cool to see. Unfortunately, it's kind of turned into not a dive bar now, but it's a sit-down sort of country restaurant. But it was cool. But I expected to see a bunch of gnarly Hunter S. Thompson types doing speeds.
Doing drugs. I mean, drugs and alcohol is part of it somehow.
Yeah.
So it opens a gateway to a deeper understanding of humanity.
But I will say, though, like, as someone now who doesn't party like I did when I was younger, it's not as important as I thought it was. You know?
Yeah, I'm conflicted on this. I'm good friends with a lot of people that say alcohol is really bad for you. And I believe that too. But there's something that I'm just, as an introvert, as a person who has a lot of anxiety, for me, alcohol has opened doors of like just opening myself up to the world more.
Oh, I'm actually a fan of alcohol, moderate drinking. But I'm saying, like, my life before, I would say 2019, 2018 especially, there was the chaos on camera, but then there was my private life, which was like chaotic partying all the time.
Oh, I see.
And I convinced myself, much like Hunter did, that was the secret sauce that in the core, in my spiritual core, that gave me the creativity. But then I cut out a lot of that stuff, and I'm just as creative. And it's interesting that I think one of the hardest parts about addiction is that if you're a functioning, highly creative addict of any kind, your brain and the addictive part of your brain convinces yourself that it's all part of the cross purpose and it has this like symbiotic, inspirational thing going on. But it's not true. It can be, but it's typically not.
Yeah, it's not a requirement.
Right.
You can sometimes channel, you can sometimes leverage all those things for your creativity, but the creative engine, it lives outside of that.
Like, have you read Hunter's daily routine in the year up to his death? It was like 15 grapefruits and 8 ball of Coke and like just like a certain amount of shotgun shells for him to fire into the sky every morning.
Yeah.
There's no way, and he didn't do anything creative in those final years.
Yeah.
But so the creativity goes away and gradually you just become like a party animal, like Andy Dick.
A caricature of yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why life is interesting. You make all kinds of choices, and sometimes you can have create works of genius in a short amount of time based on drugs and no drugs. Einstein had that miracle year where he published several incredible papers in 1 year, 1905.
Did he do drugs before that?
Lots of Coke and...
I was like, I believed you for a second. I'm like, did Einstein have blow? I don't think he did.
How do you think he gets that hair? Come on.
It's true.
I'm just asking questions.
High confidence hair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, no, he's put together sexy young man. The hair came later.
Yeah, was Albert Einstein attractive as a teenager? Not teenager. Was he attractive as a young man?
Sexually attractive?
I'm
turned on by Einstein at all ages. I don't discriminate.
But are you more turned on by the work that he did or his physical being?
No. Sometimes I fantasize what it would be like to be in the arms of Einstein. I could even get that out.
Yeah. In the arms of Einstein.
Yeah, just I want to feel safe.
It's a good idea for a rom-com.
To be a little more serious, like general relativity, that space time can be unified and curved by gravity is an incredibly wild and difficult idea to come up with. Like, it's a really, really difficult thing to imagine, given how well Newtonian classical mechanics physics works for predicting, like that gravity can morph space-time, both space, the entire universe, it's field. That's a really wild idea to come up as one human on Earth to intuit that is really, really, really difficult. And it's really sad to me that he didn't get a Nobel Prize for that.
Was there people saying he was crazy when he was around? Or was he universally recognized as like another genius?
No, I think once the papers came out, he was widely recognized as a true genius. But before that, he wasn't recognized. He had a really difficult.
So back now, where does a black hole go? Like after something gets sucked into it?
You mean, is it a portal to another place? That kind of thing?
Yeah.
No. Well, we don't know. It could be that the universe is kind of like Swiss cheese, full of black holes there's something called Hawking radiation, where because of quantum mechanics, the information leaks out of a black hole, so it is possible to escape the black hole. There's a lot of interesting questions there.
I hope we get to the bottom of that.
And there's a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, which doesn't seem to scare physicists, but it terrifies me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Astronomy can be terrifying.
Yeah, we're all like orbiting. I mean, we're not just orbiting the sun, but the sun is part of the solar system, is part of the galaxy, and it's all orbiting a gigantic black hole.
Have you ever spoke to someone who's been to outer space?
Jeff Bezos, he flew his own rocket.
That's
But
pretty cool.
astronaut that's been to deep space, no. Well, maybe I've spoken to an alien that just hasn't admitted it.
I want to do a research paper or like a report about space madness. You know, it's supposed to be this like torturous feeling that you get when you look away from Earth and into the abyss after you've exited Earth's orbit or whatever. Because there's one specific psychiatrist who knows how to deal with space madness, and I want to figure out how to interview people with it.
Is this the real thing? Like, is
Yes.
there an article on it?
Yes, look up space madness treatment.
Now I don't trust Wikipedia after what you told me. So
I know they think I hate classes.
I thought you meant more about the fact that you're isolated out in space, that we need social connection, and it's difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just a feeling of extreme insignificance that you might get sometimes when you look at the night sky, but it's that times 1,000. It's like an existential void that's created after looking into the and then realizing how small Earth is in the grand scheme. You just start to really have a strange new perception about the pointlessness of existence.
I don't need to go to space for that.
I mean, only a handful of people have been to space, but I'm sure they're all pretty well off. So this psychiatrist has to be like in the multi-millions.
Well, technically, we're all in space because Earth is in space. But so I wonder if you have to go to space to talk to the psychiatrist.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, technically, we're all in space, so
Right.
he can't. That's a boundary he can't have.
But not everyone believes that, as you've seen from my work, probably.
You're right, and those are important people that are asking important questions.
Yeah.
You hitchhiked across U.S. for 70 days when you were 19.
Right.
Tell the story of that.
Well, this sort of connects to what I was talking about with the boredom of school and these Common Core classes. So after my first year of school, where I lived in the dorms, like a old school dormitory building at a school in New Orleans called Loyola University, I wanted to just do something. I felt so bored. I was working for the school newspaper for that whole first year. It was called The Maroon, and I didn't have the ability to write my own stories. Like, I had to defer to an older editor, and they would give me stories to write about, and they were all about like on-campus happenings, like the Pope visits New Orleans, or glass recycling to be restored in the French Quarter, or hoverboards banned on campus due to safety concerns. And it just kind of felt like, all right, well, I kind of wanted to be a gonzo reporter. I'm not sure if working my way up through the traditional newsroom hierarchy is going to get me to that point. So I started reading a bunch of old hobo literature, you know, like post-World War II vagabonding stuff. And there was this book called Vagabonding in America by an old hobo named Ed Byrne. And I read this, and it just basically, obviously some of it was outdated. They had stuff in there like the hobo code, like, oh, this moniker on the side of a fence means this person has free soup or something like that. They didn't have stuff like that. But what it did tell me, it told me about train stop towns like Dunsmuir and, you know, places in Montana where there was a friendly attitude toward drifters, and that still persists from the 60s and 70s to this day, even though, in my opinion, movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre have ruined hitchhiking culture in America, because now everyone thinks you're going to, you know, decapitate them if they pick you up. So after my final day of courses at Loyola, I literally left all of my belongings inside my dorm and took the streetcar to the Greyhound station, got a one-way ticket to Baton Rouge, and I was like, I'm going to hitchhike across the whole country back to Seattle with no money. And that was the plan, and it worked out.
I love it.
Yeah.
I traveled across the United States before in similar kind of plan, because
Were you on the Silver Dog?
So
It's the Greyhound bus.
Greyhound is pretty nice.
That's a step above hitchhiking.
Yeah, that's way better than hitchhiking. So I don't
Hitchhiking,
wanna-
Greyhound, Amtrak, airline.
Amtrak, no, that's elitist.
What's in between Greyhound and Amtrak? A car. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a car. Yeah,
A car.
a shitty car.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I lived in a shitty car.
You lived in a car?
Yeah, when I was
Oh, nice.
driving across the United States. Yeah.
Solo?
With a friend, some solo,
Mhm.
and I would eat cold soup.
I love cold soup.
Yeah.
What I like is the cold chickpeas in a can. You get the water out and just dump
Yeah.
them in your mouth.
Yeah.
Those are good. Beef jerky, Kind bars. Kind bars are really good for the road.
Yeah. I mean, all of that is great, but too much of it is not great. Like too much cold soup, not great. Too much beef jerky.
So what was the route you took? Was it Chicago across or was it Philadelphia across?
Philadelphia across
To LA or where?
San Diego's where we ended up, but it was a zigzagging. Went up to Chicago and then all the way down to Texas.
So you went Philly through Appalachia up to the Midwest.
Yep.
Did you cut over like through the Southwest down to San Diego?
No. Went straight down to Texas, all the way down to
Okay.
the west. So like,
But did you cut from Texas west through New Mexico and Arizona to get to San Diego?
yeah. Uh-huh.
That is the best road trip place.
Mhm.
Interstate 40, like Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Vegas, Kingman, the Mojave Desert, Yuma, doesn't get better.
Yeah, I mean, and you're kids, so you don't care, and you throwing caution to the wind. I met some crazy people.
It gives me some
Yeah.
sanity, like whenever I'm feeling out of control or, like bummed out. I just remembered that the road is still out there. The open road never goes anywhere, and it's
That's
kind of
right.
like I see like an invisible door in the corner of the room all the time. It makes me more comfortable because I'm like, hey, at the end of the day, if I'm bummed out, I can go hit the road, and I'm sure there's going to be a fun time ahead.
Yeah, get that Greyhound ticket and go.
I would say Silver Dog half because sometimes I gotta ride the dog when no one will pick me up. There's some places in the country where no one's gonna pick you up.
Yeah.
Kansas, Missouri, they're not gonna do it.
Maybe you're not charming enough. You thought about that?
I was
Charismatic?
19, fresh, clean shaven.
Yeah.
I was pretty charming, I'd say.
All right.
But the older you get, the harder it is to hitchhike because they think you're like an escaped convict or some type of like psycho wanderer. And some of these people are like what we call punishers, people who never stop talking. And so they see someone hitchhiking and they're like, yes, I'm going to talk at this person.
Yeah.
And you can tell their eyes are wide. They're like, what's up? And you're like, oh, shit. So it's 6 hours of just like, oh, cool, nice.
That's rough.
Yeah.
You're right. I like people that are comfortable in silence.
Yeah. But then that also raises the question, are they about to kill me?
I think that's a you problem, not a.
You know what's funny is almost everybody who picked me up when I was hitchhiking, it was like a day laborer. Like it was almost all Mexican day laborers who picked me up.
Oh, interesting.
Because I think that like in some places down there, that's a typical thing to do. Hitchhike to work. A lot of people don't have cars, but they still have to get to their jobs. So a lot of people ask me, "Hey, where should I drop you off? Where's your job at?" And I'm like, "My job is to explore," and they were down with it.
See, like for me, it was really easy because you just say like I'm traveling across the United States, and I think people love that idea and they want to help.
Mm.
They romanticize because they also have that invisible door.
Mm.
Everybody has that invisible door. I just want to go.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I
It can anchor you a bit, just to remind you that every pattern that I've fallen into is voluntary and it's for my own stability and mental health.
Well, that's why I'm like renting everything, and I'm making sure that tomorrow I could just go. I gave away everything I own twice in my life. I'm just very like, I'm ready to go tonight.
What's the hardest item you've had to part with in this experience?
There's nothing.
You've never had a material object that was really hard to let go of? So you give that watch to somebody if it meant
No, you're right. You're right. That's probably the only. I've never had to let go of that though.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I own. This means a lot to me, but everything else. But then again, listen, because okay, this watch is given to me by Rogan, who's become a close friend. But like whenever I romanticize the notion that this watch means a lot to me, he's like, "Don't worry about it. I'll just get you the same one again."
Yeah.
It's like, God damn it.
It's a pretty sick ass gift though.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm not usually a gift guy, but when somebody you look up to kind of gives you a thing, it's a nice little symbol of of that relationship. So, nice. But other than that, no. But even this, like, whatever. The relationship is what matters. I mean, is what matters, not that.
I agree 100%.
You had something like this?
Not really. I mean, there was a hard drive that I lost that had all of my like childhood pictures on it and stuff like that I think about all the time because I left it on a train. And like the certain memories, you think about it, you just get pissed off and just think to myself, someone has that somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have dreams about reuniting with the hard drive.
You and Hunter Biden have a similar.
I don't think he wants to reunite with that one.
Okay.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, all he did was smoke crack, right? Or was there more stuff going on?
I think there's prostitutes involved.
Oh, okay, whatever.
I think you got to look into it.
I think I have to look into it too.
I don't know. Was Kerouac, Jack Kerouac, somebody that was an inspiration at all in this road trip? Did you even know who that is? The
No,
Beat Generation?
I didn't
all
know
this?
who it was, and then after I did ultimately I wrote a book about my hitchhiking experience years later, and everyone was like, "Have you read On the Road?" And then On the Road, I probably heard the title of that book every day at least 10 times for 2 years, and I'm sure Kerouac is a great guy. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Beat Generation.
It's a great book. It's you read it or no?
I refuse to read it. People even have gifted it to me, being like, "Hey man, you're gonna love this one." And I'm like, "Is that On the Road?" Honestly, people have given me a book with wrapping paper on it, and they're like, "This is right at your alley." I was like, "That's fucking On the Road, isn't it?" And then,
give you a different cover.
yeah, no, I'm like anything but that. But I'm sure it's a great book. It's just the comparison thing drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But big respect to Kerouac. Would never speak down on the whole anyone in the Beat Generation.
What are some interesting moments you remember from those 70 days?
Man, there was so much. I mean, getting mistaken for a gay prostitute on my first hitchhiking ride in Louisiana was pretty funny.
Where did you come from and where did you go?
Well, I mean, the journey began in Baton Rouge, and the first destination was Houston, which is about 4.5 hours west on Interstate 10. So I'm in Crowley, Louisiana. I'm on the side of the road, and I guess this was a cruising truck stop. It was known for being a place where male lot lizards would go to procure clients. And I was there.
Lot lizards are...
It's a derogatory term in trucker culture for a prostitute who hangs out at the Loves or Pilot Flying. Large interstate truck stops. Now, trucker culture, as it once was, is pretty much finished because of the live stream cameras they have inside of the trucks now. So you can't snort Sudafed or pick up anybody. You can't even pick up a hitchhiker or you get fired.
Killed all the romance.
Yeah, definitely. The old school outlaw trucker lifestyle, unless you're an owner-operator who's not even in a union, which is like a real cowboy way to haul loads, you can't do that.
You were mistaken for a lot lizard.
Mistaken for a lot lizard by a small man from Honduras with a spiky leather jacket covered in studs.
Nice.
Didn't speak any English, but, I thought he was just, a nice guy. And then he pulled over there's private theaters in the South where they have confessional booths set up, and they have 3 channels, and people go in there and,
porn?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People go in there and, please themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he thought he was taking me to one of those. And I was like, all right, cool, man. Yeah. This guy wants to go jerk off. I'm just going to wait in the car. It's all good. I don't discriminate. But then, I was like, he buys a booth for me. And I'm like, okay,
Oh, nice.
Not really in the mood to watch porn with this random guy. So he gets in the same booth as me. And he starts jerking off right next to me. And I'm like, oh, man, like, I don't think this is chill. I'm like, dude, can you stop? He stopped jacking off. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, I thought this is what you want to do. Like, I have money for you. What's up? Yeah. And I was like, oh, no, I'm just a regular guy. Yeah. He was super cool about it. He started laughing. He's like, oh, my bad, man. I thought you were, selling something. I said, no. And he said, oh, it's all good. And he gave me a ride all the way to Houston.
That's great.
Yeah, we talked about anything except that for the rest of the car ride.
That's great. He just rolled with it. Oh, sorry about that.
It could have been. I had about a foot and a half on this guy, so I wasn't too scared. I also had like a knife in my pocket, but I didn't want to stab him, especially not at a place like that.
And you were still that didn't like leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Well, I figured that can't happen again. It can't keep happening. So I was like, all right, if I got this out of the way the first ride, the following rides are going to be spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, who among us have not been mistaken for a lot lizard?
It's a fact. You heard it here first.
What else? What some interesting, beautiful people that you've met up?
Well, I used the app couch surfing to find places to stay. Now you can only submit like 5 couch surfing requests a day, unless you're a premium member, which means you also host people.
Wait, couch surfing still around?
Yeah, totally. Oh, nice. But it's evolved obviously into a different thing.
Airbnb is a kind of competitor to that, right?
Couch surfing is free though.
Right.
So couch surfing, they call it like the CS community. So basically there'd be these like couch surfing super hosts in different cities. Like there was one in Santa Fe, this firefighter dude who had like 15 other couch surfers there chilling.
Nice.
So I would do it everywhere. A lot of them were Catholics, so it was their way of giving back. A lot of them were nudists. And so I didn't realize that there's a small little section at the bottom of someone's couch surfing profile that says clothing optional.
Yes.
And that means if you go there, I thought it meant like it's cool if you walk to the bathroom in your underwear. No, if you go there, everyone's going to be butt naked. Mm-hmm. So I made that mistake a few times. Not that I'm anti-nudist, but I didn't want to, I wasn't ready to take that leap of faith. And yeah, it was just great. Couch surfing hosts were amazing.
Yeah.
That was just great. It was this constant thing where I felt like, wow, people are so welcoming. I'm not having to pay them $1 for this experience.
Yeah, I love couch surfing.
Yeah.
For like again, for me being an introvert, just crashing on a person's couch, being essentially forced into a great conversation is great.
Yeah. The one thing that gets exhausting about hitchhiking is constantly thanking people, being in like sort of constant superficial gratitude everywhere all the time. Like, oh, thanks for letting me sleep on your couch. Thanks for the food.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I wanted to live in an RV later in life is to avoid having to constantly live in this like, thanks so much type of frequency, because it's exhausting to constantly, hey man, thanks.
I think the shallowness of that interaction is exhausting, not just the not thanks.
Yeah, it was a true favor. Of course, I love giving people gratitude for that, but just this thing where everyone who picks you up is, you get 8 rides a day. You're like thanking 8 people a day like they're the second coming of Jesus. You start to feel a little bit debased.
What'd you learn about people from that journey? That's your first time really kind of going into it.
The American public is just so kind overall. I mean, they're so like embracing, depending on who you are. And specifically though, the Christian family people of the U.S. who drive in minivans and have that fish sticker on the back where it's like Jesus fish, and then they have the family sticker, where each member of the family is a stick figure. Those people never picked me up and would flip me off with their whole family. Sometimes they would throw full Dr. Peppers at me as a family while I stood on the side of the road.
As a family together.
They would yell shit like, "Go to hell, hippie," when I was on the side of the road. And so it's weird that the most charitable Christian American family values people never gave me any charity or even conversation. They were antagonizing me and saw me as like a hippie left over from the 60s who needed to go to work, go to Vietnam. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But the people who really extended a hand to me is people on the margins.
Yeah.
People working on seasonal visas, people whose cars have, less than a quarter tank left, people struggling with addiction who saw me struggling, or at least they thought that I was, because they assumed I was hitchhiking, not out of adventure, but because I had no car, and were willing to sacrifice their day almost sometimes to take me exactly where I needed to go.
That's beautiful, man. I've had similar kind of experience that people who are struggling the most are the ones who are willing to help you when you're struggling.
Yeah.
There's people like in religious contexts and other kind of communities that just judge others because they've kind of constructed a value system where they're better than others because of that value system.
Mm-hmm.
And that actually has a cascade that forces you to actually be kind of a dick.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way. It's so true. Do you think about like morality and religion a lot?
Yeah. I've been to certain parts of the world where religion is really a big part of life. I'm just always skeptical about tribes of people that believe a thing and they believe they're better than others because they believe that thing. That could be nations, that could be religions.
Yeah.
And I mean, in Ukraine and in Russia, I've seen a lot of hate towards the other.
Yeah.
And that hate, I'm always very skeptical of, because it could be used by powerful people to direct that hate just so the powerful people can maintain power and get money, this kind of stuff.
It's a scary thing to see how easy it is for high up political people to mobilize the hate of just the average working person and can almost convince them to sabotage their own countrymen, where they share more in common with than the politician they look up to, just to advance the agenda of one party. That's what we're seeing now.
Are there some places in America that are better than others? Can you speak negatively of aforementioned Joe Rogan talk shit about Connecticut nonstop? Is there can you pick a region in the United States you can talk shit about?
Talk shit about? Oh, for sure. I mean,
or from that experience, let's just narrow it down to that.
Oh, Colorado. Oh, jeez.
Really?
Yes.
I know so many people that love Colorado.
Dude, Dallas, Denver. I used to think Phoenix sucks, but I love Phoenix now. The way they build these cities to just be so circular and massive, just like stop.
You don't like circles?
I like grids, man.
Oh, you're a grid guy.
Manhattan, New Orleans, San Francisco.
What is it about grids that bring out the worst in people? Circles is where everyone's just vibing out.
Yeah. Goosey. So the grid gets people locked in and hateful. I don't know, man, but
I've never heard anyone talk shit about Colorado. I have to say, it's kind of refreshing.
yeah,
It provides a necessary balance for the Colorado Wikipedia page.
yeah. Oregon too. I got problems with Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah. Well, here's the issue. You have, and I don't like just calling people racist because it's kind of like a two-dimensional insult, but you have the most racist state with the most psychotic anarchist city in the middle of it. What is going on up there? How did this happen? The yin and the yang is so extreme that there must be something in the Willamette.
What do you have against anarchism?
I have nothing. I used to be an anarchist. When I was in 8th grade, I had this friend named Mads who was part of a group called Seattle Solidarity, which is like an Antifa precursor. So I grew up like going to Black Bloc protests, and I mean, there was a particular shooting, the murder of John Williams, who was a Native American woodcarver in downtown Seattle. He got killed by a Seattle police officer named Ian Burke. John Williams was carving a pipe from a wood block with a pocket knife. He's deaf in one ear. Officer pulls a gun on him and says, "Put it down." He doesn't hear him. He shoots him 6 seconds later. So that police-involved shooting is what instantly turned me into like a very critical of law enforcement person when I was super young. And so as someone who used to see this guy who got murdered, who was a 55-year-old man, I used to see him around Pike Place where my mom lived. It's a public market in downtown. That to me put me into the anarchist political sphere. Just channeling the anger of that experience. And the officer got no charges, by the way. You can look up the video. It's horrific. And it didn't get reported. The officer, I'm pretty sure, is still active duty. And so it's like situations like that early in life channeled me toward political extremism. But I grew up to realize how incompatible that anarchistic worldview is with reality and with American society. It can only exist in a small little chamber. You can't apply that to the industrial heartland of the country.
And I think also anarchism. So I've gotten to know Michael Malice, who's written quite a bit about anarchism. And it also exists as a body of literature about different philosophical notions that kind of resist the state, the ever-expanding state in different kinds of ways. And it's always nice to have extreme thought experiments to understand what kind of society we want to build. But implementing it may not necessarily be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, Emma Goldman, I'm a huge fan of her writing. Also, the prison abolitionists that are associated with the anarchist movement, Angela Davis, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, all that stuff, influential. I still adhere to a lot of those principles when talking about stuff like radical prison reform and stuff like that. But just I drifted more toward having a more open mind as I got older.
Extremism implemented in almost all of its forms is probably going to cause a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
You worked as a doorman on the, I could say, legendary Bourbon Street in New Orleans,
right.
Where you saw what you described as, this might be another Wikipedia quote, by the way.
But
this is where I do my research.
Does it say hellish scenes?
Hellish scenes, in quotes.
Wikipedia is damn right about that.
All right, thank you. That's a win. That's one in the win column. So yeah, tell the story of that. What's it like to work on Bourbon Street? What kind of stuff did you see?
I mean, I was a host at a fine dining restaurant that on the corner of Bourbon and Iberville. So that's the first street if you go from Canal Street onto the quarter. So this is like across from like a daiquiri spot. It's the middle of the tourist corridor of New Orleans. And the spot was kind of like a tourist trap. It was called Bourbon House. The food was good. Chef Eric, I don't want you to see this and think you don't make good andouille sausages, but it was overpriced. And so we had to maintain this like fine dining facade on a street where almost everyone is like throwing up, fighting, or is half naked. So there was this policy. We had these giant glass windows next to the tables. So if you're eating at a Bourbon House, you can look out onto Bourbon Street and you can see as you're dining a full panoramic view of all these partiers throwing beads, boobs, all that.
Yeah.
We had this policy where if we're serving someone, we can't look onto Bourbon Street if something crazy is happening. So there's a fight or something like that, we can't look, right? So there is a dude, I remember I'm fucking serving a table. There's a dude in a Batman mask, butt naked, with 12 pairs of beads, just jerking it.
Yeah.
Back to jerking it.
Full on.
He's jerking it, right? And every single person at the restaurant's looking out there like, look, they're taking pictures. And the manager, Steven, looks at me, he's like, keep your fucking eyes on the table. So I'm serving these people, and I'm like, you like red beans and rice? Or would you like some Creole? Fucking da-da-da. And there's just this dude, and, ultimately the manager went out and, escorted him further down Bourbon Street. But, I would get off work at around midnight every night. And that was when Bourbon Street is at its most chaotic. And so I lived in the French Quarter as well. So I lived about 12 blocks down Bourbon in a small Creole cottage, in a cute little like orange, old school New Orleans 1-story spot. I lived in the attic above these gay meth dealers named Frankie and Johnny.
Oh, wow.
And so I would get off work and I would basically have to walk through like this battlefield. I mean, it was a battlefield. Getting home was out of like the Warriors movie. It was
The
almost
best of
impossible.
humanity on display.
Yeah, it was like Kensington, Philadelphia, but just alcohol. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's all alcohol. But it's a lot of visitors, right, from outside.
Almost all visitors.
Yeah.
And that kind of would set the flow for the weekend. For example, if the Raiders were playing the Saints, Raider Nation, and they do not play around. If it's the Patriots, that's a whole different crowd. They think they're better than everybody else.
Yeah. Well, they technically are better than everybody else, but yeah.
But people from Massachusetts aren't like the cream of the crop in terms of like American superiority.
Strong words. Yeah.
No offense, but I mean,
No, I'm sure they won't take that as
they are good at fighting, though, I'll tell you that.
All right, great.
New England has hands
Right.
compared to some places.
Which places are those? Colorado?
Colorado has no hands.
Yeah.
The West Coast, not too much hand.
That's why you feel safe talking shit about Colorado.
But if you get to the corn-fed parts of East Colorado, I mean,
Yeah.
these guys got hands bigger than my head. They'll beat
Yeah.
the shit. But anyways, I'd walk back to my house on Bourbon Street, and I would be sifting through this battlefield. And I had a friend at the time who was like, "Yo, we should do a taxi cab confessions type spinoff where we ask people to confess a deep, dark secret, and we post it the next day." And so we tried that, and it went viral on Instagram instantly. It was mostly incest stories type, but there's some truth to it. There was some murder confessions. That was pretty crazy. We never really posted any of those, but
How'd you get people to confess?
pretty easy. And New Orleans has a homicide solve rate of like 22%. So, I mean, most of the time, they'll just tell you. I remember I was walking down Bourbon, and I asked this kid, I was like, "What's your deepest, darkest secret?" And he told me, he's like, "I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia." It's a project housed in the Third Ward, project development. And they said, "I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia playground for touching my sister, molesting my sister." And I was like, "What?" And he's like,
It's the
"Yeah, look
first
it up."
time I've
And I
ever
was like,
seen it.
"All right, hold on."
My cousin
And
and I
it
do
was
that.
like, "Man found dead in Central City playground, appeared to be homeless, shot execution style." So I told the kid, I was like, "Why'd you tell me that?" He's like, "Man, put that shit out there. Like, I'm trying to go viral. Like, tag me too."
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, "Dude, I don't think you understand that even if you're a juvenile," he was probably 15,
Yeah.
you can get juvenile life in Louisiana for a homicide, even if it's, justified. So I just deleted the footage in front of him. I was like, "I'm going to delete this footage. See that trash button? I'm hitting it right now. Don't tell anyone that again." And he was like, "All right, I appreciate it." And he walked off. But it's the little moments like that. that I always remember.
Anything for the gram, I guess.
Yeah. After a while, though, it became sort of repetitive. Because there's only so many things people can confess to that go viral. And just.
Oh, so you were trying to see like what?
Well, I mean, there's the incest one. Some people just say like, "I eat ass." That was like everyone said that. Or like, "I cheated on someone," or
I've seen a surprising number of people on your channel mention eating ass.
yeah. The way how seriously you said that will live in my head for the rest of my life.
That's good.
Yeah,
I want to live in your head saying that a lot of people mention eating ass.
Yeah, a lot of people do mention that.
Yeah.
Also, that's kind of where I developed this magnetism for freestyle rapping. Everywhere I go, people rap. Not sure why. I mean, as a former rapper myself in middle school and for the first year of high school, I think that maybe like it takes one to know one. But everywhere I go, people start rapping. If you and me went outside of this podcast studio and walked around for 5 minutes, I can find somebody.
It's rapping.
I can tell who raps, or who can rap, who has 8 bars in their head that they're ready to go.
I think there's something about you that creates the safe space.
Yeah.
To perform their art.
Yeah. That was the Quarter Confessions series was the first time you saw the suit.
That's when the suit came out.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Ron Burgundy, Eric Andre inspired type.
Where'd you get that suit?
Goodwill.
Goodwill.
Yeah, always.
Wow. I was playing checkers. You were playing chess. Good job.
I mean, Goodwill has a surprising amount of identical gray suits for sale.
Yeah, I've actually gotten suits at the thrift stores before. They're great.
Yeah, a lot of people donate suits, and I was going for oversized suits, which are the cheapest ones there. So
Yeah,
it was like $12, $12 to $25 every time for the outfit.
If I wanted to look super sophisticated, like I'm from another era, I would go to the thrift store.
Yeah,
because they're usually like this. There's like the patterns they have. It's just like a more sophisticated suit, which is what you kind of picked out. It made you look ridiculous, but in the best kind of way.
The tough part about Quarter Confessions for me is that everybody that was featured, for the most part, would more or less regret being a part of the show.
Yeah.
And that, over time, just gave me a bad feeling where I was like, you know what? I kind of feel like I am doing an ambush interview, especially because I'm presenting as so agreeable, yet the intention is to make something funny.
Yeah.
And I get that that's what people do in the satire sphere. I'm sure Ali G and Renault and Borat did the same thing. And I don't think it's unethical because that's all for the purposes of comedy. It is what it is. But for me, I wanted to do something different.
Yeah, because there's an intimacy to confessing a thing.
Right.
And then you just don't really realize the implications of that.
And the atmosphere of Bourbon Street is like anything goes. Like it's a free-spirited place. But if you transport that energy digitally to a different place like Colorado, they might look at it and be like,
different place and time, like 5 years later.
Right.
That same person has a family and stuff like this, and all of a sudden they're talking about eating ass.
Right, exactly. You know, the kids have to think about that. Or, you know, imagine if there's a video of your grandma or grandpa out there when he was a kid talking about eating ass. That's a horrible experience. to discover that about your, you know, respected elder later in life, it's tough.
I don't even know where to go with that. But literally the opening question was, tell me your deepest, darkest secret?
Yeah.
You just come up to somebody like that?
Yeah.
How often do you get like a no? How often? What's the yes to no ratio?
Well, the weird thing is like we don't really extract answers from people. Like what makes a good interview is when they're ready to talk. The more you have to talk and try to get an answer out of them, it's just not a good vibe. Like, so we kind of look for people who appear to be already ready to talk. Open body language, like they seem confident and verbose, and we approach them first.
There's a look.
We wouldn't approach a shy person and be like, come on, tell me.
What about a person with pain in their eyes?
Oh, yeah, we're interviewing them.
Yeah. So they're ready to talk. There's just not like, there's different ways to be ready.
Right.
I see homeless people a lot, and they always look fascinating. And the ones I've talked to are always fascinating.
Yeah. We just did a video in the Vegas tunnels, like trying to, obviously it got taken down by Fox, but whatever. I
was going to make a joke that I didn't see it.
We tried to help a lot of them by getting them IDs. And when I made the documentary, I had this idea that it's a big roadblock for them is getting identification. Without IDs, you can't check into a homeless shelter. You can't do day labor. You can't qualify for housing, nothing. So when we interviewed them, they'd basically tell us, if I had my ID, I wouldn't be here. And so we said, okay, we're going to really help this time. We're not just going to talk to them about their struggles. We're going to actively go out and get them IDs at the DMV. So we did that, and nothing really changed in their life. And we sat down with a recovery specialist who works directly with them day in and day out. He explained to me that he's been trying to do the same thing I tried to do in a 1-week period for the past 10 years. And that they have deeper underlying traumas and pain that need to be dealt with far before they even take the steps to enter society as a housed person.
That's a heavy truth right there.
Breaking that shame cycle has to come first, because you got to think, right? Like, I'm from a generation that romanticizes vagrancy and homelessness to a certain extent, if it's called van life, or if it is done in a way that's sort of like Rolling Stone, Willie Nelson, hit the road. People who are above 50, they feel really embarrassed to be in the spiral of homelessness. They feel like failures. A lot of them have kids who they weren't there for. That's not the kind of pain that can be dealt with by giving someone a tiny home. It's a good step forward, but for someone to really make a change, they have to want to change. And so it's, how do you help someone and guide themselves in the right direction? And if you're too paternalistic and you use shame as a method to get them to clean up, they're going to end up right where they started. That's a tough truth to accept, because a lot of people want a quick fix to things. And I don't blame people who go out and give bologna sandwiches out to the homeless.
And each case is probably its own little puzzle.
Each person so complex. Now imagine drug abuse, what that does to the brain.
Yeah.
Trauma. There's so much to unpack. And then just the belief that they're the undesirables, that they don't deserve to be a part of society because they failed a fundamental obligation like taking care of their kids.
If we could take a small tangent to, you mentioned this Vegas video, which is fascinating. It was taken down recently by YouTube. Fox 5, I guess.
So the documentary was an hour and 45 minutes. We used 10 seconds of a news. According to the Copyright Act of 1976, you're allowed to use any publicly broadcast news clip in a transformative capacity in any documentary film or research paper or broadcast or anything. They specifically, this corporation called Gray Media that controls the TV stations in almost every small town, they had lawyers hit up YouTube, and YouTube complied with an illegal copyright strike to get our video immediately removed. And I'm a YouTube partner. I'm in the YouTube partner program. So to think that I wasn't forewarned it's a bit strange, but it also smells like corruption to me to a certain extent.
Yeah, you should have that amount of power. At the very least, they should have the power to just like silence that 5-second clip, maybe.
Yeah, but I'm taking them to court because I have the means to be able to do so. I'm a larger creator. I have an audience. I have the financial backing to do it. I can't imagine how many people out there are smaller creators with like not as much consumer of a fan base they can mobilize against someone like Fox 5 or the money to go to court. So I want to take them all the way there to set precedent for future cases so that these giant mainstream media conglomerates can't copyright strike documentary filmmakers at will. It doesn't make sense.
Well, thank you for doing that. That's really, really, really important. And that's really powerful. And it might hopefully empower YouTube to also put pressure on people to not. YouTube is in a difficult position because there's so much content out there. There's so many claims. It's hard to investigate. But YouTube should be in a place where they push back against this kind of stuff as a first line of defense, especially to protect smaller creators. So what you're doing is really, really important.
Appreciate it, man.
And it sucks that it was taken down. Do you have any hope?
Well, I talked to my YouTube partner today, and he said that the Fox 5 lawyers have 2 weeks to comply with my counter appeal. But, I spent $20,000 on human voiceovers in 5 different languages. I invested probably in total like $70K into this video. So even if it gets reinstated, the steam's kind of been taken out of its trajectory.
But also, it's just like a really important video. It's good for the world. And
yeah, like why the hell would Fox 5 have a vested interest in having the video taken down?
I just hate it when people do that to videos or to creators that are doing good in the world.
Yeah, it's not an expose on the mayor of Las Vegas. It's an attempt to show the civilian public how to get involved in a local nonprofit and potentially intervene in the lives of the tunnel people.
Well, fuck Fox 5, the other Channel 5, as you said.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for pushing back.
Amen.
And highlighting it. Hopefully it gets brought back up. But yeah, defending other creators.
Yeah.
So that other creators can take risks and don't get taken down for stupid reasons.
Yeah.
So Court of Confessions was written?
No, it was all real life reality TV documentary. But it caught the attention of a larger company called Doing Things Media.
Yes.
And they contacted me pretty much like a week after I graduated from college in the May of 2019. And they said, hey, like, how would you like to produce a show? I was like, what do you mean? They were like, we'll get you an RV. We'll pay you $45K a year. We'll pay for gas, for food, for 2 hotels a week. Go out there, make content, and we'll be in the background just powering it all.
And that was the birth of All Gas, No Brakes.
Yes. I mean, All Gas, No Brakes was named after a book that I wrote called All Gas, No Brakes, A Hitchhiker's Diary, which chronicled the 70-day journey that we were just talking about.
It's a tough book to find, by the way.
Oh, yeah, there's only a few copies left. I'm thinking about doing a reprint at some point down the line, but I sold off the last 100 copies like a month and a half ago. Yeah.
Until then, you guys should go read On the Road by Jack Kerouac.
Yeah.
You should read it. I don't know if you read it.
If you can't get my book, get On the Road by Jack Kerouac.
It's great.
It's the best.
When's your birthday? I'll send you.
April 23rd.
Okay.
I'm a Taurus. Coming soon.
Typical Taurus. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a typical Taurus man. I'm a Scorpio moon. Just write that down.
What's the time when you were born?
11:30.
11:30 at night? Of course.
Yeah. Typical. This guy knew it. That's the real science.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the idea of All Gas, No Brakes as a show was to combine the I guess, road dog ethos of the All Gas No Brakes book with the presentation and editing style of Quarter Confessions. So it was to take Quarter Confessions on the road that was pretty much like a simulated hitchhiking experience, but with the editing and like punchy effects of Quarter Confession, which is like I wear a suit, we do the fast zoom ins, little effects, stuff like that. It was those were the it was just so fun. I mean, imagine you're fresh out of college, you were just a doorman interviewing people about like, making out with their cousin and stuff, and then boom, this company that you've never even heard of is willing to buy you an RV and give you $45K a year, which to me at the time was more money than I could possibly imagine. So I called my dad. I was like, Dad, I need you to find me an RV, because he's the only guy I know who knows about cars. Even he doesn't know much about cars. So he's like, all right, I'm on it. So the RV was $20,000. And the first event that we were called to cover was the Burning Man Festival. And that was tough, because Burning Man is not too keen on filming. It's supposed to be a non-commercialized, escape from reality. I mean, they have a gift economy set up. It's based upon like mutual participation and non-exploitation. And so the idea of making a Burning Man video was tough at first, because burners oftentimes, and this is not all of them, but are pretty well off in general. A lot of them have tech jobs, are pretty high up in Silicon Valley, and Burning Man is where they go to take off, to take the edge off and basically become their burner persona. On the playa, they become reborn, and they take ketamine, and they wear kaleidoscope glasses and steampunk hats, and they, snort MDMA, and they run around the sand. Listen to.
Do you snort MDMA? That's what I need.
Yes, you can.
Yeah. I thought it's a pill. I didn't know.
It's better to take it in a pill or water, but you can snort MDMA.
I definitely need to take MDMA. I'm already full of love, but like that, I'll probably go on another level.
Yeah, don't snort it, because it'll only last like 90 minutes.
Let me write that down.
Yeah. So anyways, we didn't know what to do, because we'd try to film.
Don't
like
snort.
The initial idea for All Gas No Brakes was to, instead of asking people what's your deepest, darkest secret, it was what's the craziest trip you've been on. So the idea was to not satirize drunk people, but satirize people who are fried on acid. Oh. And so we went to Boulder real quick, did a test interview with some lady who talked about seeing ancestral aliens during a peyote retreat. And so it's pretty easy to extract trip reports from hippies and, gutter punks and stuff like that, or oogles. So we go to Burning Man. We start asking people like, what's your craziest trip story? And they didn't have the same type of free-flowing storytelling style that like a on-the-street crust punk in New Orleans might have, where they're like, I don't give a fuck, I'll tell you whatever. These people were very bottled up about what they were willing to disclose. So we went on Burning Man Radio and we did a broadcast, and we said, hey, we're psychedelic journalists. It was me and my friend CL at the time. I said, we're psychedelic journalists. We're parked on 10 and I, which is a cross street in Black Rock City. And we said, we have a 1998 Catalina Coachman Sport. It's an RV. We've set up a podcast studio. We're doing a show about psychedelic voyages. Yeah. So lo and behold, 2 hours later, we had 10 people lined up at the RV. Nice. Willing to talk. So nice. That vetted people in advance for us. And so we did a couple interviews, and that was that.
Well, what were some of the stories from the trip reports?
There was this lady named Rasma who said that she was known in several circles in Berkeley for being multi-orgasmic and could create multiple repeated climaxes using only her mind by like squinting her eyes and squeezing her eyes together so much that like the pleasure spiral just, went crazy.
I feel like I talked to several people like that at Berkeley.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Not that. Well, yeah, that lady. I think she manifests herself in many forms. Yeah.
Right. So, but still, it was on the cruder end. There was one guy named Kimbo Slice was his burner name. He talked about taking a shit after taking like a quarter of mushrooms, and how he was like seeing his childhood and visualizing his past life, as the turds were flowing into the toilet, and just talks about the psychedelic union between pooing and taking shrimps.
So he was very visual with his words.
Yeah, so there was stuff like that. I interviewed Alex Gray, which was super cool, about his first trip in San Francisco when he was in 1971, shortly after the Summer of Love. I got to do some pretty cool interviews, but still it was a semi-ambush style. I wouldn't say that we were doing journalism yet. It was still comedic video work, Was
there a narrative
No.
that tied it together? It's like really just a trip comedic almost with the
interview, and then I go Burning Man, and then it's on to the next one. So I guess that could give a loose structure, but it's just like a punchy and slapstick thing. Everything was going good until we interviewed this guy named DJ Soft Baby. But he was wearing a golden leotard with, once again, kaleidoscope glasses, shirtless, dancing, and he was eating chowder out of a plastic bowl. And he was like, this chowder is so fucking good. He's like, this is the best chowder I've ever had in my life. And he starts putting the chowder on his face. And he's like, I want the chowder all over me. Yeah. And so we just go, hey, man, can you just do a dance for us real quick, just for some B-roll? He does a dance. We post it on Instagram the next morning. Doing Things Media CEO calls me, Reed. He says, all of our pages are down. And he's like, that guy you filmed dancing last night on drugs, putting chowder on his face, that guy's at the top of MIT.
top of MIT. I don't understand what
He
that is.
went to
That's
MIT.
like saying, my brother's a rocket scientist. He's like head of NASA or whatever.
Well, I mean, the guy knows people in Boston.
Okay.
Not in the Whitey Bulger sense, but in the reverse sense.
I have trouble believing that DJ Soft Baby.
Oh, DJ Soft Baby was major. It could have been Harvard. It could have been, but it wasn't. It wasn't UMass.
I don't think there's anybody that quote at the head of MIT who's putting what was it all over his face?
Chowder. Well, then you haven't been to Burning Man yet.
Okay. I'm not Burning Man.
So
But I would have to consult my colleagues at MIT if they know DJ Soft Baby.
So whoever
it probably was Harvard. Let's put it on them.
Okay, the top of Harvard. So he made some calls, to the tops, to the heads of big tech.
Yeah.
And got all the Doing Things Media pages taken down. At the time, that was like a vast network of pages, and we ended up having to take the video. Obviously, the video came down, and he held the entire network of Instagram pages hostage. And so that was he made us agree to never post that video again, and then somehow got all of our pages reinstated. So that was my first brush with powerful people on drugs, and that was probably my last brush with powerful people on drugs.
So what did you transition into from there?
I think after Burning Man, we went to the South, went to Talladega race weekend, went to a Donald Trump Jr. book signing, went to a Juggalo adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida called the Sausage Castle.
Juggalo adjacent sausage. Okay, can you run that by me again?
The Juggalo adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida.
Fetish mansion in Central Florida. Juggalo adjacent. I mean, every single one of those words I feel like needs a book or something.
Right.
Juggalo. By the way, who are the Juggalos? Is this
Just
ICP?
ICP fans.
ICP fans. Okay.
But I say adjacent because it's not a Juggalo mansion, but there's a lot of Juggalos who kick it at the mansion, and it's Juggalo friendly.
Oh, okay. Juggalo friendly.
Yeah, because they get made fun of in a lot of places.
Oh, so it's not okay. Got it.
And Juggalos say outrageous shit, and they embarrass themselves and they fight a lot. So they're on the FBI's gang list, which, if you ask me,
ICP or the
Juggalos.
The Juggalos.
Who's
the head of the Juggalos?
It would be Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope. But there's associated acts like Twisted, and there's a whole rabbit hole. Honestly, Tech Nine is sort of a part of that.
Tech Nine. I don't know who that is. Should I know?
He's he's actually one of the top selling touring rappers, despite having sort of not that many streams. Tech Nine is it's got a huge cult following in Missouri. This is the Juggalos started in Warren, Michigan.
We should also say ICP, Insane Clown Posse. So this is a thing. This is a movement.
Oh yeah, if you went to Seattle right now and punched a cop and they booked you in county jail, you may end up running with the Juggalos.
Running with the Juggalos.
They're a presence in Pacific Northwest prison system, from what I've heard.
Can you tell a Juggalo from a distance?
Well, they say whoop whoop. So if you see a Juggalo, they'll say that. Also,
I'll try to look out
they're kind of, it's called the Dark Carnival is the mythology they abide by.
What do they define themselves? What's the ideology?
A family.
No, I understand, but what's the ideology? What's the philosophical foundation of that?
They're anti-racist. They like to drink Faygo and also just cheap liquor and stuff like that. They're into drugs.
Yeah.
A lot of circles, if you pull out a crack pipe, people will be like, I don't want to drink with you anymore. If you're at a Juggalo party and someone's smoking Twiz or something, it's relatively accepted.
What's Twiz?
Meth.
Right. Lots of tattoos?
Yeah. The Hatchet Man is the most common one. So it's a Psychopathic Records logo. It's a cartoon of a clown wielding a hatchet. It's actually a pretty sick logo.
I vaguely remember enjoying some of the ICP music.
It's good.
That's pretty good. It's funny. It's edgy.
Well, they get satirized a lot, but I got love for the clowns. And also, so when All Gas No Brakes transitioned away from, you know, rich elite drug parties and into like the South, that's when the fun really started to happen. Living in your RV in Alabama and Florida and stuff is the best.
Why? What is it about it?
People are just so friendly down there, and it's warm year round, and people are non-judgmental. It's just great. The South gets hated on a lot, especially in the coastal states. Mississippi and Alabama are kind of like the butts of a lot of jokes and stuff, but those are great states.
No, I love it. New Mexico, Albuquerque, all those.
Oh yeah, the ABQs. It's great.
ABQ, what's that?
Albuquerque. That's what Jesse Pinkman called it, is the ABQ.
Oh shit! The depth of references you bring to the table is intense.
It's okay.
I met a lady in Albuquerque when I was traveling across the United States, and she said, "Take me with you." I said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't."
Yeah,
but I didn't think about that lady.
I think you made the right call.
I don't know. Yeah, On the Road.
Yeah,
by Jack Kerouac.
Best book I've ever read in my life.
There's a moment when he meets a nice girl on a bus, and they have a love affair. It's good.
On the bus, or
No, they went to California. Well, yeah, and there was a love affair on the bus, but it wasn't sexual. It was just romantic. It was
in the air.
It was in the air, which there is something in the air on the bus. Like a Greyhound, Megabus, that type of situation. There's
certainly something in the air.
There's a romance. There is, man.
Yeah.
When you travel, because it's like strangers getting together, and you're like feeling each other out, but you're in it. Like you each have a story, because you wouldn't be taking a bus unless you had a story. So especially if you're traveling cross country, there's something.
You ever taken the dollar bus from Philly to New York, the Chinatown bus?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
That's a great bus. The people on that.
It's not a fucking $1 though.
It was there's some that are $5.
No. If you book it way ahead of time, it's like $20. I was like, this is a fucking lie, calling it $1. I don't know why I'm swearing. The anger came out. I apologize.
Swearing's okay sometimes. When I got last time I was on the Chinatown bus, there was like a rooster walking down the aisle.
Actual rooster?
Yeah, chilling. It was awesome.
It was a nice part of your film with the rooster.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that felt almost fake.
Yeah.
Did you plant the rooster?
No, the rooster. There's a place in Ybor City in Tampa where roosters walk around all the time, and we had a rooster park there, right by the main drag. What did I say? We had a rooster park. We had the RV park in Ybor City for a long time, and the rooster laid eggs in the undercarriage.
Nice.
Back to the All Gas No Brakes thing.
Yeah.
So it was really fun making it, and then we started All Gas No Brakes in September of 2019. 6 months later, the country shuts down, and everything just hits the fan. I was actually here in Austin when it shut down. I was on 6th Street. I remember I don't just hang out on 6th Street all the time, but I was just here.
You do. Come on. Let's just be honest.
I do like 6th Street. Yeah. I like East Austin better, but I like 6th Street too. So anyways, the NBA shuts down. Everything's shutting down. So I went down to the Dirty Six, and I asked this doorman, I was like, are you guys ever going to shut down? He was like, fuck no, bro. The Dirty Six never closes. And I was like, all right, we'll see about that. Next day, plywood. And then I was like, all right, I thought my career was over when COVID hit. I was like, what are we going to do? Nothing's happening anymore. There's no more parties or Talladega races or Burning Mans to go to. So I went back to Seattle in the RV, and I just spent 4 months just depressed, living in the RV, trying to figure out what would happen.
But All Gas No Brakes went on still.
Well, yeah, this was the crazy thing about that period of time, is that when COVID hit, I'm sure you remember, everything turned political.
Yeah.
Overnight. In Seattle, if you went to a house party, you can get canceled, because people are like, oh, you're a super spreader. So if you wanted to socialize, even with a group of 4 or more, you had to do so with your phones damn near turned off. And a lot of people were doing hyper social policing at that time. Beyond that, in the South and in more conservative places, they were doing the opposite. They were trying to prove that they could hang out 500 deep with no mask to make a statement against the establishment. So you had this polarization that led to more division. And that's when the anti-vax protests started. And I went to Sacramento, and the passion was unreal. This is about 2 months after the COVID lockdowns began. And that was my first political video, was at the California State Capitol in Sacramento, documenting they call it the Freedom Rally, but that's typically like anti-vax stuff. And it was real intensity. And that video was my most successful to date at that time. And so I was like, okay, am I a political reporter now? Am I covering politics? Like, what's going on?
What were the interviews that made up that video?
Uh,
What style of questions were you asking? What?
I don't know if you remember, but I was actually scared when the pandemic started. I thought that this is something that might kill us all based upon what I was consuming. And so I'd ask people, what do you think about this lockdown? And I've had people say, I'm immune compromised. If I get exposed to COVID, I have a 95% fatality rate. But guess what? I'd rather be free and dead than alive living in fear. And I was like, wow. So it was just stuff along those lines. You had some San Diego surfers there complaining about the beaches being shut down. Such awesome waves were going.
Yeah, it's interesting how that really brought out the worst in people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure why that is. Fear, maybe, paranoia. I don't know. It really divided people. Like along the lines as you mentioned, like triple mask yourself or fight for your country.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Like, why are those the two options? That is literally what it was.
Yeah, it's wild.
And both groups think they're fighting for the survival of something.
Yeah.
And so that's where you really run into problems when you have two polarized groups who both think that their cause is for the common good. Mutual understanding is impossible at that juncture. And so after 3 months of almost everybody being locked down, George Floyd happens. And I remember I saw the 3rd precinct burning on my phone in Minneapolis. And everyone says, Andrew, you have to go cover this. And I'm somebody, like I said, police violence has been close to my heart since I was a kid. And my first thought is, I can't do that. I'm a comedic reporter. I can't go to Minneapolis and cover this. It'll be the end of my career. And I had a friend named Lacey who I went to college with. And she told me, she was like, bro, this is your chance for you to do something serious. You can actually create a meaningful piece of reporting like you always wanted to before Quarter Confessions. And you can turn All Gas No Brakes into a news source. So I called Reed, who was the CEO of the company that owned All Gas No Brakes. And I was like, look, man, I want to go to Minneapolis. I was in Orlando at the time. I was actually at the Sausage Castle. And he said,
Sorry, the Sausage Castle?
Yeah, Juggalo Mansion.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's called the Sausage Castle.
So I'm watching
Right.
Minneapolis unfold on Lake Street where it was burning. And I got to the Orlando airport and I booked a flight I booked it on my own card. I didn't consult my boss or anything. And I was sitting in my seat on the flight and he straight up told me, he's like, if you fuck this up and this destroys the brand, we're getting a different host. If you mess this up and you turn our show away from a party show about drinking and drugs and all that stuff, and you make this a social justice show, you're done. But I was like, I just turned my phone off. I got to the Minneapolis airport on the second night of the riots. And when I got to the airport, there was National Guardsmen in the airport. And it was like a Call of Duty mission, and the one in the airport. And on the speaker, they say, if you're arriving here right now, you are not permitted to go anywhere outside of the airport. National Guardsmen will escort you to your Uber or to your car. They're going to take a picture of your ID. They're going to figure out where you're going. You are not permitted to go outside tonight. And so Lacey picks me up. There's 2 people in the back, 2 of her homegirls wearing like shiesty masks. I'm like, what are we doing? Where are we going? And she goes, we're going to go film the riot. We're going to Lake Street. And so we drive down there. Kmart is burning. Target is burning. Everything is on fire. She has the Sony A7. She gives me a microphone and she's like, go talk to that guy. And that was the guy with a Molotov cocktail in his hand who had just burned Kmart down. And so I go, what should I ask him? She goes, what's on your mind? So I walk up to him and I'm like, what's on your mind? He said something like, everything that was happening here was supposed to happen. This is how we feel. Is it right? No. Is this going to benefit the community? No. But this is how we feel.
This is how we feel. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
That's through a lot of the documenting that you do. This is how we feel is like screaming through that.
Yeah. And I noticed that aside from a group called Unicorn Riot, there was no one else actually interviewing the protesters. the local news was on the bridge, 5 blocks away, filming just the scene itself, just the fire. But I saw some crazy things off camera too. So there was kind of two groups there. There was like the anarchists, more mobilized protesters, and then there was just mostly African-American community members who were just pissed, who had nothing to do with the organized resistance. And they were all kind of joining forces to riot. And there was this anarchist kid who ran up to White Castle with like a Molotov cocktail. And he was about to throw it at White Castle. And this black dude ran up to him and grabbed his arm. And he's like, "Nah, we fucked with White Castle." And I was like, what? And so you see, if you go on Lake Street, every business is burned.
Yeah.
White Castle remains. I also saw these dudes rip this ATM out of a bank and hit it with sledgehammers. They were a group of friends hitting it with sledgehammers, right? Hitting it with sledgehammers, boom. All of a sudden, money starts spraying out of the ATM. Like, I've never seen some shit like this, like pouring out of it. And then this group of friends who were just united in getting it open start fighting each other for the money as it's flying out of it. And so it was like Joker from the Batman's army type vibes. But I got shot in the ass by the National Guard. It was no good.
Like a rubber bullet?
Yeah. Like, honestly, it hurt. Yeah, it hurt.
I'm not sure what I was expecting as an answer to that question.
Yeah, but
I liked it. It was good.
Yeah. And then after that, I posted the video and it was very well received. And that was the pivotal point where I realized that everything was going to change.
I mean, there was still kind of a comedic element to the way you do conversations, to the way you edit. So did you see yourself as a potentially like a Jon Stewart type of character?
At first, but I just think human beings are just funny in general.
Yeah, the absurdity of it.
Cool thing about Jon Stewart is like, I generally like to say that anybody who works for corporate media, whether it be Comedy Central or anything owned by Time Warner, Fox, MSNBC, they can't say what they want because in order to climb up in those organizations, you have to appease the narrative of the company that you're working for to rise in the ranks. Jon Stewart, I feel like, has so much clout in the media world that I'm pretty sure he can say whatever he wants. Like, I actually don't think that Jon Stewart is controlled by anybody. I really don't. I think that he can go on the show and talk about whatever.
I do think that certain people have broken the brains of COVID broke the brains of a lot of really great people I admire. Trump broke the brains of a lot of people I admire, like to where Trump derangement syndrome became a thing. Like, you can't see the world quite as clearly because of it. And I think Jon Stewart is quite a genius at like stepping away, even though the world needed him in that time, stepping away during that moment of Trump and coming back now, sort of being able to reflect, being the sort of the elder statesman.
My favorite Jon Stewart moment that illustrates that perfectly is whenever he went on the Colbert Show and he was just joking around with Stephen Colbert, who I think is a full-blown propagandist, about the Wuhan lab leak theory. He was just goofing around. He was like, "It's called the coronavirus lab, and they had it before. And now what do we have?" And it was like, you could see in Stephen Colbert that he was like gun to his head type shit, where he's like, John, stop joking about that.
Yeah.
And that made me realize, like, oh, everything that Jon Stewart did, especially for the 9/11 first responders, he's a true American. And not in the sense of like the different political parties want you to believe as an American. Not a do your part in social distance American. Not a, wave your Trump flag in the back of your pickup truck American. Just a guy who genuinely stands up for what's right.
There's a degree to which you can be in those positions easily captured by groupthink, though, even when you're not controlled by bosses and money and all that kind of stuff. I think Jon Stewart has been mostly resistant, but it's hard. His position is difficult.
I think he's done the best job. If someone in that obviously Democrat-connected corporate media economy, he seems to be the freest talker.
Yeah. So this is when you first became famous.
I'm not even sure what fame means. I mean, I just see myself as me.
When did you get the shades?
Oh, that was on tour. That's a whole the shades. That's dark time. But this, I didn't make like.
This is a meme, really. I don't even know.
I didn't make journalism to like become famous.
Yeah.
I made it to give people a platform to share their stories. it just so happens that people liked it enough to where I became sort of famous. But, if I could go back and not be the on-camera guy and just platform the stories, I would. But the reality is people need a face to attach to stuff they like. And so that's just how it is. But yeah, I would say right around Minneapolis protest, Portland protest, Proud Boys rally time, when I was really in there, is when I started to be acclaimed as more than just like a ambush meme lord.
Did that have effect on you, the fame?
Not at that point.
Not at that point. So like you were still able to have a lightness to you?
Well, the country was basically closed.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there was a street to walk down where people were like, there's that guy. So getting famous during COVID made it so when the country reopened, it was as if like my life really changed, because I was like, oh, all these fans I made during COVID are like seeing me out at the bar. This is cool.
Yeah.
At first, fame is the best thing ever, because you can go anywhere in the country, and these spaces that you normally feel a bit insecure in, like a local dive bar, a cool restaurant, a coffee shop, or you just be another guy, all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I'm a big fan. They give you like free stuff. You get this sense of acceptance that you never would have got before. So, but there's also
the dark side.
Well,
it's all love, man. I mean, just to speak to the first part you're saying, it's just so much love that people have, and
it's amazing. I'm sure you know what it's like. The only downside of fame really is that you can't really be anonymous again, and you have to seek out more strange environments to be anonymous in. Like right now, I live in the desert, basically, and I want to live in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert. Not because I'm scared of people, but because I just want to be like curious me again. But people don't know, and I can ask questions to people that I'm interested in without them going, I remember I see you here, or I see you there. That's the main thing. That's what I loved about hitchhiking.
Yeah, just to have anonymity.
Yeah, it's the best. But both are great. Complaining about fame is just the lamest shit.
Yeah, we should go to furry conventions that you covered. Wear an outfit.
I love furries. I should do that.
Yeah, we should go together. I go all the time. We should go together. What's your favorite outfit? No, I have not.
I think you might like it more than you think.
Listen. Maybe I'm just afraid to face who I really am.
Yeah, your persona, the true Lex, will come out when you're in a $3,600
everything is
lizard
possible.
suit.
Lizard? Is that what they go with?
Well, scalies are the lizard furries.
Yeah.
And there's a big division in the community where they think scalies are kind of douchebags. You know, the scaly suits are more expensive. They're about $7,000, whereas a fur suit is $3,600. So, and they're also taller.
Yeah.
So when the scalies pull up to the fur fest, it's like, fuck the reptiles.
Fuck the reptiles. I can get behind that. I'm more like a teddy bear type of guy.
Yeah.
I think bears. Maybe squirrels. I don't know.
Ooh, squirrels are so cool.
Giant squirrels. Yeah.
I want to put a GoPro on one and just see what the hell they do.
You were talking about that conversation with the guy at the head of Doing Things Media. How did that end up?
Well, I mean, I want to clear up a few things. Reed, the CEO of Doing Things, I actually think he's a good guy. I think that he was just trying to run a business. He saw what was working for his brand, which is very college-centric, very festival-centric. And he was right to think that journalism, and especially coverage of sensitive topics like COVID or, police brutality, would definitely not work on merch. You're not going to sell a picture of me interviewing someone at a riot like you would me interviewing a furry or a drunk dude in Alabama. It doesn't work the same. So it was a lot harder to monetize, not just because of YouTube censorship, but also just because of the sensitive nature of the content. So Reed was looking out for himself as a businessman. There was a different partner, I'm not going to say his name, that was more connected in Hollywood. I think he's responsible for the collapse of the show.
What was the collapse like?
So right as the country's reopening, I get a DM from Eric Wareheim of Tim and Eric. And I'm covering something called the UFO Mega Conference in Laughlin, Nevada, which is a beautiful
Laughlin, not Laughlin,
river town. And he DMs me and says, "Let's make a show." Laughlin. And I'm like, "Oh shit, is this real?" I grew up such a big fan of Nathan For You and the Eric Andre Show, and those are produced by their company, Absolutely. So I was like, "Hell, do it." 3 days later, I get a call that says Jonah Hill wants to hop on board. And I can't believe this, I'm still in the RV and I'm in Laughlin, Nevada. So I'm like, Jonah Hill, super bad. Are you shitting me right now? Yeah. So I was excited. And and Moneyball. Jonah Hill's a great actor.
Oh, he's great. He's great all around.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the credit he deserves. Well, I mean, he's got the credit by now, but still deserves more.
So basically, just within a week, I assembled this super team of Tim and Eric
Super bad team.
Yeah, pretty much. Of Tim and Eric.
Sorry, I'm so
No, that
sorry.
was good. And Jonah Hill. And yeah, we just pitched it around. Every single TV network rejected it. I don't know why. And they mainly did that because I was in this weird situation where I had signed a contract with Doing Things Media that I didn't realize was called a 360 deal. That's what they use in like the rap world. Basically means that I can't do anything outside of them without them getting 100% of the money. So if I was to go work at Sbarro or Quiznos while I was working for All Gas No Breaks, they would get my $500 a week from the Sandwich Squad. I was unable to earn any outside income. I didn't read the fine print because I was 21 and, like I told you, $45K a year RV sounds sick.
Yeah.
And basically, the TV networks were like, "Why would we buy a show if the digital brand's going to be running at the same time?" Because they didn't want to stop doing All Gas No Breaks to make a TV show. They wanted All Gas No Breaks to continue as a web show while All Gas No Breaks as a future TV show at Showtime or Hulu or somewhere like that was also concurrently running, which is impossible for one man to do. And so every TV network said, "Okay, we're not doing that. We want an exclusive rights contract with this guy." Next, oh yeah, this is crazy to think about because it all happened so fast. So Jonah Hill says A24 Films wants to do a movie instead of a show, and they're going to let you keep the digital brand running. So this meant that I could keep doing my Instagram stuff with Doing Things Media / All Gas No Breaks while making an A24 movie with Jonah Hill and Tim and Eric. So it was just like, I was excited. It sounded perfect. So they said, "Okay, what do you want to make a movie about?" And I told them, "Okay, here's what's going to happen in 2020. In 2020, if Trump wins, there's going to be riots across the country. The major cities are going to burn down. If Trump loses, the militias and his loyal supporters are going to try to have a coup in DC." That's what I said. And I said, so I'm going to follow the lead up to whoever wins the election, and I'm going to document what happens after. So they said, okay. And so I was to begin filming in late October, during the campaign trail, maybe mid-October, up until November, and then in the following months to see what would happen. This meant that I couldn't film anything for All Gas No Breaks, the digital show, because I had to dedicate 100% of my time to making this perfect movie. Still, one of the partners at Doing Things Media was demanding that I not only produce the movie, but also more content for the show. And I told them, there's only so many hours in a day, man. That's going to be impossible. And I said, if you want it to be possible, I can make it work, but I want to have half of the monetization from the show, 50% profit split, which I thought is fair. If you want me to do double work when I was getting almost nothing before, split me in on the profits. They fired us immediately. Me and my two childhood friends who I hired to work on the show with were all out of a job. As we were filming for the now HBO project, we got our fire notices.
The guts on that person, because you should be owning probably close to 100% of it.
I think so too, but they didn't see it that way because they figured we made the initial investment. We discovered him is how they looked at it. So it wasn't Reed, but it was the other partner who wasn't Reed who said, we have tons of, verbatim he said this, I have tons of connections in the comedy world. We can replace Andrew overnight. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why he made that miscalculation. I wish he would have thought about it twice. I wish it didn't have to end like that, but it did.
Why do people do that? Like, what's the benefit of acting like that?
I think
you can part amicably without the drama.
I think all betrayal and anything like that is motivated by self-interest, whether that be economic success, social stability, whatever it is. They figured that because I was being such a burden in asking for the profit, that they could just release me and find someone equally talented and not split them in so they can make more money.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a stupid way to think.
People think like that, man. People who are, the word I use is like sidekick syndrome. Like when people are kind of a part of the production, but they're not integral, they start thinking that the front man doesn't matter or something, and that the brains of the operation are actually the people on the periphery. And so they start to believe that they can just shift things around and the audience won't care. Not realizing that I was actually the one who created the show and that the lore of the show is connected to my rise outside of their jurisdiction, if that makes sense. Like the people who watch All Gas No Breaks watched Quarter Confessions and read the book. And so,
well, this happens also not just financially, but just with people that they're part of a team, but they don't really contribute creatively to the team, and they force their opinion or pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it comes from like from editors or all that kind of stuff, or from sponsors, or there's pressure they create when the creator alone should be celebrated and have all the power because they're the ones that are creating the thing.
In a way, I have sympathy because I can't relate to that because I've always been the front man of my own projects by design. So I'm not sure what it's like to be like someone's owner from a content perspective. I don't understand the challenges they face. Maybe there was something that I didn't understand. I don't know.
True. Well, oftentimes if you own a thing like this company, you do think about brand.
Right.
And then maybe you have a big picture idea of what brand means, and that can be at tension with the creative project, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, freedom for the creators is the best kind of brand.
Yeah. I remember all three of us who worked on All Gas No Breaks got fired at the same time, and we were in the RV that Tim and Eric's company bought for us, which was a bigger RV, in the parking lot of a Walmart in South Philly, and the propane had just ran out, and it was 15 degrees outside. So like the RV was getting really cold really fast, and I just looked at my phone, and it was like, "You're fired," and I was just like, "God help me." But I've had a couple moments like that, and God does help me.
And they were always in the parking lot of Walmart, right?
Well, yeah. Although
I know that Walmart, by the way.
the one in South Philly is great,
Yeah, it's great.
but technically now you can't park an RV there.
Well, you're not a man who follows the rules.
Well,
You know what
the
I'm
thing
saying?
is, those Walmart, Cracker Barrel, and Big Five are supposed to technically all let RV campers park overnight. But if there's like a crime problem in the city where they're at, they can lobby. Individual Walmarts can lobby with the corporate to take that away. So like all the Portland Walmarts, you can't sleep there anymore. Any city with like significant homelessness and like petty property crime, the Walmarts are a no-go.
Fascinating. So that was a low point.
Yeah.
But from there, from the ashes to Phoenix rose.
Over time, yeah.
Channel 5 was born.
Channel 5 was born in the March of 2021 after we finished filming for the HBO project.
Oh, really? So you went all in on the HBO project?
Yeah, I mean, we filmed the HBO project from November 2020 up until April 2021, damn near. We were just like, picking up the pieces, going back for individual interviews, stuff like that.
So let's go to that project. It turned out to be a movie called This Place Rules.
It's supposed to be called America Shits Itself.
Yeah. Maybe you could tell the story of the film. You have, what's his name? I wrote this down. Joker Gang and Gum Gang. Is that correct?
Yeah, the opening scene.
The opening scene of two characters just talking shit and then getting into a fight. And that, I think it was really brilliant how you presented that as almost like a microcosm of like the division between the extremes of the left and the extremes of the right.
That's exactly what it was. I'm glad you picked up on it.
Yeah, and then what I really liked is that the Joker again, Joker Gang was kind of a little bit of a spoiler alert. I apologize, but at the end of the film is a kind of voice of wisdom.
Yeah,
He seems the most sane.
He was the voice of wisdom. He like cut through it.
Yeah.
I also just realized that a lot of people are going to stream the movie after watching this podcast, which is cool.
Yeah. Where do they stream it? On HBO Max.
Oh, yeah, HBO Max. I never got a chance to promote it.
It's such a pain in the ass, man. I wish we could all just pay on it on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
And HBO gets the profits or whatever. But like, it's a subscribe for every single thing. But yes, if you want to watch it, it's really, I recommend it extremely highly. Sign up to HBO, whatever the hell.
On a positive note, HBO is great to work with. Like they're the most professional, like respectful company I've ever worked with, pretty much. Like,
yeah, HBO's created some of the greatest like TV ever.
But even in the background, like they get shit done. There's no wait time. They have some of the best heavy hitters on their team for trailers, for posters, all the promotional apparatus they have is like super solid.
Did you get like good notes from people there, like how to?
A little bit, man, but
it's a truly original like documentary. Like meaning like I just haven't seen anything like it. It's even like it's but like there's a humor and a lightness at the right kinds of moments. Like I said, there's like a rooster in here. That's like okay, that's like a non sequitur like thing as part of the storytelling. It kind of intensifies and reveals the absurdity of the division and how once like January 6th happens, like everybody like goes on to the next thing.
Yeah,
It's like what happened to us. It was almost like a delirium that everybody was participating in. Some weird, just like like people say, mind virus. Like all of a sudden we just got captured.
yeah,
And people are just like yelling at each other, doing the most ridiculous shit. And I mean, really, January 6th, the way you present it, especially, just reveals the circus of it all.
I mean, it really broke the fourth wall, or that's how I would describe it. Because if you were at January 6th and the lead up, it felt like it was the beginning to a series of similar riots, but it just popped off so much that was it. You haven't seen anything like it since. It was supposed to be a second one on January 20th. It was the actual inauguration. That never happened. It was a crazy time to be alive and around, and especially the relationship that I developed with Enrique Tarrio, who's the former chairman of the Proud Boys. He's now facing 23 years in prison. It's like a trip because I went to his house in Miami maybe 2 weeks after January 6th, and talking to him, it seemed like he didn't think anything was going to happen. He was just like, yeah, man, that was crazy. I'm glad I wasn't there. Like, they're dumb for doing that. He even told me he doesn't think the election was stolen, which is just a mind fuck. It's like, why'd you get everyone so hyped up? It's just weird to think about how so many people's lives were drastically altered forever because of that just bizarre moment in time that will always live on.
Yeah, what did you QAnon as part of that story? What did you learn about QAnon from that?
Just an all-encompassing worldview. That family that I talked to, I call them the QAnon family, but it's called the Spencer family. They were non-political up until the Stop the Steal movement began in September of 2020. And within 4 months, their entire life revolved around the mythology and lore of Q. And I've never seen in my life a psyop just devour people's minds in such an intense way in such a rapid period of time.
And I love how the kids in the movie are also the voices of wisdom. It's the Spencer family. It's the kid who like goes through the full journey.
Yeah.
Of like believing that whatever Hillary Clinton is a lizard, and just believing the worst versions of the conspiracy theories, and then kind of waking up was like, what was the point?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking to see his disappointment in his dad for even following QAnon so militantly. Because he was like, I felt like they let my dad down. I feel like they let our family down. Because January 6th was supposed to be the day, according to QAnon, that the storm happens and that the military is supposed to mobilize and arrest the members of the deep state, Clinton, Soros, all that. Trump was supposed to go into a helicopter, and take control of the country back from, the swamp. And it didn't happen. In fact, the next day he was like almost denouncing it. Now he doesn't, but then he did. And it was really, I think it hurt people's. My friend Forgiato Blow, he's a Trump rapper. He describes it that way. He says a lot of people's pride got hurt by January 6th.
Trump rapper.
Oh yeah, dude. Honestly, there's some pretty dope Trump rap out there. I'm serious.
MAGA rap.
Yeah, like you would think like, oh yeah, MAGA. There's no rappers there, but there's rappers, and they do a pretty good job. They're good at delivering the messaging they want to deliver. Yeah, I mean they think of stuff, and I'm like, that's cool.
Oh, they have some political depth to them.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, is there something more you can say about like how QAnon works? Like who's behind it? What's your sense of who's behind the whole thing?
I don't want this to sound rude or anything. I just don't care about QAnon. You know what I mean? I've put so much thought into it, and I just can't seem to care about it.
Was it almost a disappointment? Because to me, it was like a thing that just captured a very large number of people's minds, and then it just kind of faded.
I guess that's why it just seems like it's gone, and the ideas of QAnon have just bled into mainstream standard conservative thinking.
But there has to be a kind of retrospective. Like that's the problem I have with COVID. A lot of stuff happened. Everybody freaked out. There's a lot of big drama around it. And now everyone's like, okay, forgot.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what are the lessons learned? Has anyone learned any lessons?
Yeah.
Like what?
Exactly. And what I'm saying is, I don't want QAnon adherents to see this and think I don't care about them.
Yeah.
But like, as far as who is behind it, the damage is done.
Yeah, but what are the mechanisms that made it work? I mean, that's
What do you
really.
think? Have you kind of like thought about that?
I kind of think that these viral ideas can be driven by, and your film kind of shows this, by just a handful of people, and they're not malevolent. They just want the clout.
Yeah.
And there's something sexy. There's something really sticky about conspiracy theories, like especially extreme ones. You just kind of like some of them can have this momentum. They capture the minds of a lot of people, and you just go with it.
Yeah.
And like when I hear some conspiracy theories, like there's something like a small part of me that kind of like, yeah,
It's
like
possible.
excited.
It's possible, that QAnon is a psyop to distract people away from actually uncovering what the deep state is and who is truly running things behind the scenes. Because the deep state is just the 1%. It's that you get people so close to any type of class consciousness, and then you totally divert everything into like lizard humans who live on the moon, and that Hillary Clinton is eating babies on camera. And QAnon did just that. They want to convince you that, one, there's no conservative deep state, which is even more hilarious. That Trump isn't connected to a huge, rich corporate apparatus of propagandists. And two, that the Democratic establishment is the only deep state, and that some middle of the road conservatives, that there's no grifters or manipulators outside of that three-headed snake.
There's grifters everywhere.
Everywhere. Everyone wants to make money, dude. This is the world that we're in. It's in collapse. Everybody wants to make money, and engagement is the rule of law. So that's why these news organizations follow retention incentives. They want to make money by selling ads, so they try to create fear and constant division to enrich corporate media establishment. And you have people who are almost realizing, hey, it seems like Fox and CNN might be owned by the same people, and are tactically using these machines to keep us divided perfectly 50-50 to ensure that the power structure never gets disrupted. And then you get these people, who's going to save us? Donald Trump. That's the guy? How is that the guy? It's not the guy. And I don't have TDS. I'm not an orange man basher who thinks about the guy all the time, but I don't think he's the guy.
You were shirtless lifting weights while whiskey or some alcohol was poured into your mouth by Alex Jones in this movie, and then you did the same to him.
That's true.
It feels like an interrogation. So Alex was a part of this film. He was like throughout the narrative, and you had a great interview with him. What did you learn about interacting with Alex Jones from making this film?
For one, is that he's the exact same off camera as he is on camera. It's not an act. He told me that all real Americans die before 58. He mentioned Sean Connery and a few others. And
how old is he?
Getting up there.
Yeah.
I think early 50s.
Yeah.
I just found it fascinating. I mean, how nice his studio is. I mean, the guy's got like an MSNBC level setup. I actually had a great time with him. I mean, it's bizarre because having him in that movie created so many problems for me. And when I him, I didn't necessarily portray him in the best light. We joked around a bit, but it wasn't an Alex Jones hit piece necessarily. But I like to think that I was a bit critical of him in the film, especially the ways that he antagonized his supporters to storm the Capitol or to follow that trajectory. He told me when I met with him, he was like, I know you think that having me in this movie is a good idea, but you're going to have some serious backlash because of that. At the time, I was like, man, it's fine. It's all good. We're just hanging out, drinking whiskey, doing bench presses, drinking Jameson. It's all good. It was, first of all, I had to campaign to get him in the film because the studios were like, there was a bizarre time around I think it was 2018 where deplatforming was the big thing people were encouraging. It said giving a platform to problematic ideologies will in turn expand their reach. And so even extending your platform to someone who's problematic is helping them, aka destroying humanity, whatever it was. So that was the whole thing. And when I did this media training that was, mandated by HBO, it was all training in how to defend from that exact question.
Mm-hmm.
They said, when we put you on NPR, we put you on CNN, they're going to ask you about platforming problematic ideologies. And you're going to have to say stuff like, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I believe that extremism only goes away when you shine a light on it, because leaving it in the dark will only allow it to grow. They gave me like 15 pointers. I didn't use any of those pointers because I'm not the kind of person who wants to be media trained. I like to speak freely. But in the promotional run for the film, you know, when I went on CNN, this was a crazy experience. So I went on CNN, and thankfully, my friend was with me. And so I'm on CNN, and
By the way, your friend is chilling in sunglasses, laying on the couch right now.
that's Larry
It's
Susan.
like it's a mix of like the dude from Big Lebowski and the Brad Pitt role in True Romance.
Yeah.
You know that reference?
No, but I mean, I'm sure it describes Larry Susan.
Kind of like
He
on
kind of
the
looks
road.
like
Jack Kerouac. Yeah, yeah.
So HBO had a press tour set up for me, and the main ones were CNN and NPR. And so they said, you're gonna go on CNN on the Don Lemon Morning Show, and he's gonna ask you about your life, what led up to the movie, what we can expect. So I get in the studio. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning in New York. I had a show the night before at Times Square, so I'm like groggy-eyed, whatever. They put the lab on me. Boom! I'm live on CNN Sunday morning, and he goes, "How would you describe Enrique Tarrio's mental state in the lead up to the Capitol insurrection?" And I'm looking around. I'm like, "Is this guy serious? Like, am I sandwiched in the January 6th hit piece right now?
Yeah.
I thought it was about me."
Yeah.
And so I told him it's not about Enrique Tarrio. It's about how companies like Fox, MSNBC, and even your station, CNN, use the 24-hour news cycle to enrage people to generate ad revenue and pit Americans against each other during times like that. And he said, "There's nothing fake about CNN." I said, "I didn't say you were fake news. I'm not saying you're lying, but you're directly antagonizing and stirring people up against half the country because you need money to support a dying platform."
You said that.
Pretty much.
No.
And,
Right.
you know, my mom was watching and she was texting me. She's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know." And so he goes, "Why'd you extend the platform to Alex Jones?" And I go, "I don't know. I just wanted to drink some Jameson and lift some weights with him." You know, I'm just, at this point, I don't support that kind of media. I don't support CNN. So, you know, I didn't give them much information about Alex, but it was very awkward. They never posted the segment online. When I got off of that interview, I had a handler that A24 assigned to me. So I had someone with me, and you could tell she was flustered. Like, she was furious about what I just did. And so she goes, "I just got an email from Time Warner C-Suite." And I go, "What's Time Warner C-Suite?" She says, "I don't know if you know this, but the same people who own CNN own HBO and Time Warner." And so they canceled my press tour. So my press tour was finished. You know, all the late night shows that I was supposed to go on like the late night shows, and that was off the table because they were worried that I was like a loose cannon, I think. And then the only remaining appearance I had left was NPR in Boston, and that was supposed to be a premiere. So it wasn't supposed to be an interrogation. It wasn't supposed to be anything like that. It's supposed to be a premiere in front of a live audience where they watch the film, and I show up after for a Q&A. So I'm like, all right, whatever. It's kind of weird. They only have this one press opportunity left. I kind of felt bad that I ruined the entire press tour by confronting Don Lemon. But at this point, I wanted to just do this final one, especially because it was viewing. And I was like, cool. I sat in the audience. I watched people laugh through the film. It was awesome. So I go backstage, and there's an NPR journalist waiting for me. And nothing against people who wear masks, but she had 2 N95s. And I'm not, 2 N95s it's over the line. So I go, "Hey, great to meet you." She doesn't shake my hand. And I go, "Why not?" And she goes, "You've been around some people who I don't want their germs."
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this is weird. I thought this is a sort of like fun premiere for my movie. We sit down. The first thing she asks me is, "How do you think the Sandy Hook families would feel about you platforming one of the most despicable Americans in history, Alex Jones?" In front of a live audience. NPR never published this. The only recordings of it are by a fan named Rob in Boston who put it on YouTube, vertical phone footage. And I'm like, well, the Sandy Hook family's lawyer, Mark Bankston, who represented them in court in Connecticut, told me specifically that Leonard Posner, the father of Noah Posner, who died at Sandy Hook, was a huge fan of the film. And so I said that to her, and that kind of just like silenced that conversation. But the rest of the whole conversation was just about exploitation and why are you platforming mentally ill people and giving a platform to conspiracies like QAnon? Don't you feel like you're a part of their spread? Some would call you a misinformation reporter. All this crazy stuff. And yeah, next day hit the fan.
Fuck all those people. That film, just in case you don't get a chance to see it, and you should, you're critical of Alex Jones in the most artful way. Like, it was the correct way to be critical. It showed him to be more interested in the grift of it.
Yeah.
And he didn't do it in a pointing fingers and like saying in the kind of NPR way that you just mentioned. It's more like a human way. Like, this is tragedies happen all over the world, and there's grifters that roll in and then take advantage of it in interesting ways. And then human beings get swept up on either side of it. And it's revealing the humor, the absurdity of it all. And it was done masterfully. It was done, like, for people who criticize you for platforming Alex Jones or whatever.
Yeah.
The film, from a political perspective, is probably leans very much left.
Yeah. Like,
heavily left. But does it without that exhausting energy of like judging.
Right.
Just this kind of, two masks kind of judging.
Yeah. And it was just, when all that was happening, when I was under fire from the mainstream press for platforming Alex Jones, I thought back to what he said to me. And doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, but he told me, you're going to be in trouble with these people if you put me in your video. And it wasn't too bad of trouble, but definitely I do think sometimes what the film would have been like without him. And I think that it was worth it because his scene is so funny to me, and it brings me back to a different time in my life, and I'm happy that scene's out there.
I think it was really well done.
Thanks, man.
The layering of it all, the entertainment, plus sort of not considering from his perspective the consequences of like rallying people up in this way. That it's not just, I mean, you really highlight this in the interview, like he keeps saying it's InfoWars, but then there's always kind of a sense that InfoWars could turn to actual like civil war. And
yeah,
but maybe not. Maybe it's all just a circus. Like, we play for each other.
If you look at the speech he did on January 5th, he said tomorrow, millions of patriotic Americans will take our country back.
Yeah.
So he eggs people on, and then when it gets hot, he steps away.
Yeah, but like you said, the thing he told you, he turned out to be right.
Oh yeah.
And the frogs are becoming gay.
They've always been gay.
Well,
saying frogs are straight is even crazier.
I've read stories where you kiss one and becomes a prince. And
yeah, that shit's true.
100%. You think Alex believes what he says in terms of everything he says on InfoWars? Like, how much of it is real?
He's right about like big tech censorship. I mean, I think if he's right about anything, it'll probably be the heads of big tech colluding together across company lines to deplatform certain people. He's right about that. I think most of the things that he says follow the question everything narrative, and everything is kind of like a conspiracy or like a plot or a false flag. I think that he's built up a following for so long that wants him to do that, so I think he'll question things that he probably thinks are relatively straightforward because that's the shtick of the show. I mean, the InfoWar is fighting misinformation, and people want to see him be that guy. So to a certain extent, if you're a creator who supports your family, you do follow economic incentives, and people want you to be the character, and so you're going to naturally gravitate toward being it.
Do you feel that pressure yourself?
I did years ago. Not anymore. I feel like now I can speak freely and really say what I want to say in my new life. But when I was younger, yeah, I feel like I had to be this sort of awkward, sort of amicable, aloof guy who just didn't think anything about anything and just was here to listen. But now I feel more confident adding some narrative and voiceover and things like that.
So for some people, especially who publish on YouTube, the YouTube algorithm, they can become a slave to the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and I definitely feel that sometimes. I know what works for me, but I like to think that my audience appreciates when I try new things. So I'm not totally enslaved to it. I mean,
yeah, I try not to pay attention to views or any of that.
Well, you get some high views, so I'll report that for you.
No, so I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all the views on anything I create.
So you took it to that level.
Yeah, just because it's a drug, man. And I'm also a number guy, meaning like you give me like if I do 30 push-ups today, tomorrow I'm gonna try to do 35. Just like enjoying number go up. Like that's why I like video games, like RPGs, like where you're like improving your skill tree, you're like getting an extra point, and there's some aspect of YouTube and other platforms, anything at any other platform, you're like, ooh, I got more today than I got yesterday. That's really, really dangerous to me because it can influence how much I enjoy a thing. Like, if nobody gives a shit about it based on the numbers, you're like, oh, maybe that wasn't such a great experience. I thought it was a great experience, but maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, honestly, I do actually feel that way sometimes. Like, I'll put out something that I care about a lot, but if it doesn't get as many views, I'm like, all right, it must have not been as good as my higher view videos or whatever.
Yeah, that's just like not true though.
Yeah,
and it might mean like on YouTube that your thumbnail sucks or something like this, or whatever, however the algorithm works. But I mean, that's the thing I'm battling against to make sure I ignore all of that.
Right.
It's actually something Joe Rogan has been extremely good at. He gives zero shits.
Yeah,
and
I think it's easier to do when you're really successful.
Well, he was doing that when he wasn't successful.
Really?
But anything. He just follows like the stuff he enjoys doing and legitimately enjoys it. He happens to be really good at it, but he gets good because he's doing the things he really enjoys and like full on passionate about. And that's why he'll have like ridiculous guests. And just like this shit he enjoys doing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Maybe I'll one day try to do that. For now, I'm too attached to like the gratification of getting 1 million views in a day and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I beat that or something. Like,
well, it's a worthy enemy to be fighting because it's a drug and it's one that should be resisted for a creator. Because I feel like it can do negative stuff to your mind as a creator.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anybody that controls you is not good. A
lot of people are controlled by their audience. They don't have to have a puppet master on a corporate level. Audience incentive is a different type of, I don't want to say slavery, but
yeah, it is. And that's why variety is good. And you're doing that.
Yeah.
Always expanding. Let me just zoom out on this. You made a film.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a great experience, man. I mean, it was awesome working with Tim and Eric. Awesome working with Jonah Hill. I feel the same about HBO and A24. Everybody that I worked on the film with, I have a lot of love for. And I appreciate the experience. My first movie. It's a big deal. Like,
it's a good one.
In my head, it's like I finally got to make the transition from YouTuber to filmmaker, and that was always this psychic barrier that I felt like I had to jump over. You know,
there's just the way it's shot, the humor that goes throughout it, just the narration that you're doing in like a shitty director's chair. That was really well done. Whose idea was that?
It was actually Tim and Eric's idea. There was a really great editor named Clay who works for Absolutely, and they did all the editing pretty much in the office. And so it was Clay's idea to add a retrospective director's chair narrative arc to the whole thing.
Yeah, just like starting with the absurd fight and then going like, oh, that's a good way to start a movie. Just really, really well done.
Thanks.
What about Jonah Hill? Like,
great guy.
He believed in this.
He did.
So what's that like? What do you think is behind him believing in such a wild project?
I think that Jonah Hill has a good eye for like what's cool amongst the younger folks. Like, he's into skateboarding stuff. That's why he did that film mid-90s. And I think he probably saw a similar thing in what was going on with All Gas No Brakes, and was like, shit, this could be big. And so not only did he actually fund the film, he also gave me his agent. And I forgot to mention that it was Jonah Hill's lawyers that he gave me for free that got me out of my contract eventually with Doing Things Media, or freed me up to speak about what happened.
So he was also part of you kind of gaining your freedom.
Yeah, in a weird way. Like, even though him and I don't talk that much just because he's doing his own thing, Jonah Hill is like a huge factor in my current success and just like everything that I've been able to accomplish.
Just on your own politics, is it fair to say that your politics leans left?
I'm not really sure sometimes. You know, I like to think that I am socially left. Like, I think people should be able to dress and act like however they want. I don't believe in restricting people's social freedoms. Economics wise, it doesn't seem like leftist economic policy works very well on a city funding level. Like if you see what's going on in California, it seems like the city leadership is mishandling the funds in California too. So I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't really see myself as left or right. I just never have.
Well, if you just like objectively zoom out and don't have an insane standard of the extremes, it feels like a lot of your work leans left.
I tend to lean toward like the empathetic perspective, which I do think is more on the left than the right. But I'm not into like super like PC stuff. You know, I don't believe in limiting free speech either. I believe in a free internet, which I think is more embraced now by conservatives.
But it does seem that, maybe you can correct me, but I get the sense sometimes that the left attack their own very intensely.
It does happen, but every community has terms of exile. I mean, think about what happened in the conservative realm. You know, like when Black Rifle Coffee Company like denounced Kyle Rittenhouse, they lost a lot of money too. Like, it's not the right attacks its own too. I mean, think about Bud Light and stuff. Like I mean, you know, like every community has terms of exile. You just got to know who you're engaging with, and you got to make that decision carefully.
It'd be nice if there's an actual write-up of the things you're not allowed to say for each thing. And then I wonder whose list would be longer. It just does feel like the left's list is a little longer.
If you're a conservative and you have a T-shirt with like a demon on it, like say goodbye. You know what I mean? You know, there's certain stuff that they freak the hell out about.
And conservatives are really concerned about pedophiles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like pedophiles either, but I don't think about it all the time.
Because one of the things you do in the film is kind of confront one of the QAnon folks, where his concern is that everybody's a pedophile, and you show to him.
Well, calls himself a pedophile hunter and makes videos exposing Democratic elite pedophile cabals, and is himself a convicted child molester. There's an old thing that people say that every confession, every accusation is a confession to a certain extent. So like it's bizarre that some people's whole life after a big mistake will revolve around trying to seem like the good guy instead of taking accountability for themselves.
Yeah.
It's a common thing you see all the time. Like neighborhood watch people. You know what I mean? Like, what made you that? You know, like, what did you do, bro? That you feel like you have to get karmic retribution by doing the reverse. You know? I don't get it.
Yeah. Do you think to the degree you have bias, it affects your journalism?
No, but I mean, with the migrant situation, I don't know.
What was that covering that? Like,
I just got a lot of hate from conservatives for like letting the migrants tell their stories about their journey and stuff.
Well, what did you learn from just going to the border?
I mean, just the sheer desperation that the citizens of the world are in. I mean, there's people who truly believe that America is the only hope for their success and to feed their family. And I think a lot of them are kind of getting catfished.
Meaning America has its problems too?
It has severe problems. There's extreme poverty here.
But in America, like if you just compare to other nations, the level of corruption is much lower, to where the opportunity for a person to succeed, to rise, is higher.
I wish success on everybody who comes here. But my thing is the expectation that they have and the sort of American dream propaganda they've been installed with isn't necessarily a reflection of contemporary American reality. So I'm talking to people who speak no English and say, I'm here for a better life. I go, where are you going to go? They say, I have no idea. And I'm like, man, that's tough. And you almost think, how bad are things elsewhere for someone to abandon their family, make this journey across multiple continents, and end up here with no plan? And it just made me realize how sheltered I am to a certain extent as an American. And walking back what I said a little bit, because I was just trying to make a point. Yeah. But what I think of as bad poverty, like let's say West Baltimore or Ninth Ward New Orleans, is nothing compared to what's going on in almost half of the world, if not more. And so it just made me zoom out a little bit. Sometimes you forget about third world poverty when you live here for so long. And you get programmed to believe the worst things that are out there is like Kensington, Philadelphia, or Tenderloin, San Francisco. But those are just microcosms of more or less functioning cities. Despite what they might lead you to believe, Philadelphia is a great place. So is San Francisco. But there's places where everywhere is really run down.
Yeah, like people focus on in major cities in the United States, like homelessness. Somehow that's a sign of a fallen empire.
Right.
But that's a problem. There's definitely it reveals some mismanagement of cities and government.
I mean, homelessness in Seattle and San Francisco is for sure a result of the housing crisis, especially post-COVID and all the gentrification that preceded it. And it's unfortunate now that the conservative media is saying, like, look at Biden's America, as if Biden created homeless people. And it's just disappointing because, once again, you're seeing the media use real issues that should concern every U.S. citizen.
Eat a big bowl of pasta and fall asleep all day?
Causing people to point fingers at a different political party as responsible for the suffering of others.
Do you think January 6th can happen again?
No. I don't think so.
So all the lessons were learned?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people got really screwed over. I mean,
don't you have a sense that there's a greater and greater growing questioning of the electoral process and all this kind of stuff?
I think that Americans overall are very comfortable with our standard of living. I think people like going to Sonic and waiting in their car and getting milkshakes, and people like going to the AMC theaters, and they like going ice skating and mini golfing and going to the bar after work. I don't think that anyone wants a collapse of the basic structure of the country. Even the most politically divided don't want to see 7-Eleven go away. We are so comfortable. If you look at other countries, even Europe, look at how they press. And look at the Arab Spring. Those guys were talking like January 6ers, and they actually took control of the government.
Yeah.
And so think about, even if the MAGA crowd took over the Capitol building, it's just a building. I don't know. I just think that Americans, when they talk about Civil War stuff, it's just we're so far from that. Even if the rhetoric is as divided as it was in 2020, it won't happen.
For it to really happen, it has to be there has to be a level of desperation.
There has to be a level of economic desperation that's causing people to starve, or some basic resource going away, water, something like that.
Who do you think wins, Trump or Biden?
In the Civil War? Well,
no,
who has the guns?
In a game of Mario Kart. No, in the election 2024.
Oh man, I have no idea, man. I don't even know if I'm going to vote.
It's weird that this is our choice.
I know. I wish people were more focused on like city politics. Like, I'd rather vote like yes or no for a bike lane in my neighborhood than I would for the president.
So local politics to you is where it is.
I think
you feel it. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, your vote actually matters. Let's say you have a community of 500 people and you live in Henderson, Nevada. You can influence whether or not there's a bike lane, or if this is going to be a playground, or an AM/PM. You get to choose, and you can influence 100 people to choose, and boom, this is your community. You can't influence the result of an election.
Still, those at the presidential level, it sets the tone of the country. And so Trump running again and Biden running again, it just feels like there's going to be a lot of questioning of election results.
I just can't believe those are our guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really our guys. Like, that's where we're at. All these smart people we have in this country, the great history.
We got Joker Gang versus Gum Gang. Mm-hmm. Where'd you find Joker Gang?
Well,
is he a legit juggalo, or is he just...
No. Joker Gang is like a Miami Cuban guy.
Oh.
Is Joker 305, rawest Chico alive. So I have been following him for a long time on Instagram, because he used to post videos of himself like popping Percocets and smoking blunts on the toilet freestyling. And so I had followed him for a while, and then I finally got this platform, and I said, oh my God, I bet you now that we have 1 million followers, Joker Gang will sit down with us. And lo and behold, the clout did its thing, and there I was, face to face with the man.
There was a controversy a year ago where a woman came forward and said that you were pushy with her. You respected the no, you got the consent, but you were pushy about it. Mm. Looking back, can you tell the story of that? What are the lessons you learned from it?
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to speak on this for a lot of reasons, mostly because it's just it was a hard time, and it's a sensitive subject, and I've wanted to prioritize the reporting, but I think that now I'm ready and able to do so. Everything sort of started on December 30th, 2022, and that was the release date of the HBO project. Like I told you, we didn't know when the movie was going to come out. We weren't told that it was going to come out on that date until early November. And so it was like, oh my God, here we go. We got a movie coming out. HBO I didn't even know it was going to be them. So every day for those 50 days before I received word and to the movie announcement or to the movie release was like, I was like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. You know what I mean? It was like every day I saw the movie release date as the first day of like the rest of my life. And so I remember the week of the movie release, it was like every day I was like, oh my God, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days. And when it became 2 days, like I was so excited and so like honestly anxiety riddled because it was such a massive platform that I went out to the desert by myself out in the Mojave, got a hotel and just kind of sat there. And then the movie release day comes. It was supposed to come out at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I remember it was like 12 hours left, 10 hours left. And then 8 minutes before the movie at 7:52, or I guess it was sent at 10:52 East Coast time, I got a text message requesting a portion of my fat HBO check to contribute toward apparently years of therapy bills that this person had accrued after she says that she felt that I pressured her into giving consent years prior. And I was confused, not only because of the timing, but because this is someone that I hadn't seen in years or spoken to in years, and I presumed that I was on good terms with. So I didn't respond to the text message. And then when I didn't respond, about 7 days later, this person made some TikTok videos and with the help of some friends, launched an online campaign that got picked up by the press pretty quickly.
So what did you feel like when you got that text?
Well, it's tough because on one hand, I'm not opposed to restitution being part of a private accountability process for real abuse. You know, like if you've hurt someone to an extent that it took them out of work or something, like I think they're entitled to some money. But unfortunately, as I later learned, this person had legal counsel, and this was an attempt to basically create evidence by extracting a confession from me to use as precedent for a civil lawsuit to the tune of a couple $1 million.
It's dark.
Yeah.
How did you meet this person?
Well, I met was 22, and like I told you, I was living in an RV, making this show called All Gas No Brakes, and I would travel between cities like every other day. And so I would basically pick a new city, and I got in this like pretty bad habit of what I would say is essentially treating Instagram like a dating app. You know, I would go to a new place, I'd post my location, I'd surf the DMs, and I would look for like fans to meet up with. It wasn't always girls, it was just people to party with because I was also partying every night, but a lot of times ended up being girls and stuff. And so that's kind of how this situation was. I didn't have sex with this person. Had a consensual encounter that they reached out to me about 2 weeks after saying, hey, I don't want you to take this the wrong way. But looking back, I felt a lot more pressure to agree than I realized in the moment. I don't think this is any fault of yours. I just think that you came on a bit too strong and I didn't want to let you down. So I gave in. And it was that language made me feel horrible, mainly because if this person had told me, hey, I don't want to hook up, I would have said, yeah, of course not. Well, I don't want to hook up with someone who doesn't want to hook up with me. And I think that as fame increased during that time, I think I was just kind of oblivious to how people were seeing me, especially those who had a digital relationship with me prior to me knowing them. And I don't think that I handled that the right way.
Well, thank you for taking accountability. But just to clarify, you got consent.
Yeah, I was the initiatory party in an interaction with a fan who felt that she had to say yes because of, I'm not sure why. I don't know why, but like I said, this person also disclosed to me they had a history of childhood trauma and were actively being treated for PTSD, and that they felt things moved too fast for them given their situation. And so I told her, I said, hey, if you want to reach out, if you want to talk on the phone, I'm always here for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me know if we can talk further. About 6 months after that, I was at Sturgis Bike Week, and I remember this day. This was the hardest day. I was just chilling, and I got a text from my friend that said, hey, man, you're getting canceled right now. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, did someone find an old tweet or something? What are you talking about? And I opened my phone, and it was this Instagram story of me. It was like the ugliest picture of me you can find. It was like my face open. It was like screenshotted. And it said, I remember this specifically because I just couldn't believe it. It said, the ugly loser who hosts All Gas No Brakes is a piece of shit. He knowingly abused my friend and got away with it. If you follow him, I'm going to message you and ask you why. So this person who I don't know, I didn't even know who that accusation was coming from. They emailed every production company that I was working with, DM'd hundreds, if not thousands of people, like just saying that like I was this piece of shit. And I didn't even know who this person was. So I was frantically calling and texting like every person that I'd seen intimately for the past year and being like, hey, are we on good terms? Is everything okay? And then I figured out that the person was coming from Florida and I knew who it was. And so thankfully I reached out to the original person who I had the communication with. And I said, hey, like, I think this might've been you. This might've been your friend who posted this. Are we good? Like, I'm sorry. I apologized again. I was like, listen, I feel bad that you feel this way. I want to do anything that I can to help you. Again, I apologize. And she said, apology accepted. I'm sorry. My friend asked if she could post on my behalf. And I'm sorry, I was going through a lot mentally and I saw your fame increasing. So I agreed to let her speak on my behalf. And we made amends in private. You know, I said, okay, I'm here for you. Let me know. And she said, apologies enough. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. And that was 2 years prior to this text message being sent to my phone 8 minutes before the movie. So naturally, I wanted to go on my platforms and talk about what was happening. But I also didn't want to mess up the rollout of the movie, you know. And so the PR firm was like, we got this. We'll handle this for you. And that was, I guess, by way of a TMZ thing that said Andrew Callahan is devastated. I'm not sure why they thought that was going to make people be in my favor, but yeah, it was just a picture of me on NBC that said Andrew Callahan devastated by allegations. That was their plan, I guess, to show that I was remorseful or something, you know.
How much of this do you think lawyers kind of pushing this when money and fame are involved?
Well, I wish I could say the lawyer, but I just can't that was involved in this. But I will tell you that I try to lean away from resentment and toward accountability completely. What was my role in the situation? How can I never make someone feel like that again? What can I do? What changes can I make to make sure that, one, I never treat someone this way, and two, to never be in that position again?
Well, again, thank you for taking accountability.
And the main reason I talk about that is because it wasn't just that person. There was multiple people who made videos reporting similar behavior. And so it's obvious that that was a pattern of behavior of mine. And so I made the apology video to announce that I was taking some time away because I just needed time away. I mean, my entire support system lapsed. My friends at the time disappeared. I was getting like obituaries texted to my phone. They were like, hey, it's been nice knowing you. It was great to see you grow. Good luck. You know, like I was dead. And yeah, I got dropped from my agency. No one gave me tough love. No one called me to ask me if I was all right. It was just everyone disappeared in a week.
Again, thank you for taking accountability. But I just hate how many cowards there are out there. Like, when people hit low points is when you should help. When you should stand with them if you know their character.
Yeah. And it was just, it was hard to separate, like, the initial situation that I knew was more or less a setup and the possibly genuine other accounts. And so it was like, all right, you know what? At this point in my life, I want to be on the right side of history. I don't want to be the anti-cancel culture mouthpiece. I don't have the mental strength to fight this, especially because I was envisioning the HBO drop to be this, like, the world opens up to me moment, and it was just the reverse. But it wasn't so much the media reporting on it that hurt me. It was just little stuff, like a childhood friend that you love, seeing they unfollowed you on Instagram, or just like seeing someone on the street that you grew up with and like waving at them and they don't do anything back. And you're just like, oh my God, man, like, this is my new life. But what are you supposed to do? Thankfully, I like somehow 2 weeks after, I met an amazing partner who I'm still with to this day. And I was able to conquer my two biggest fears, which is monogamy and dogs. I was terrified of dogs and terrified of having a girlfriend. Now I have a girlfriend who I love and 2 dogs. So
What was the lowest point?
well, right after this happened, I entered like recovery programs. Started with AA, but then I found a more specialized program that dealt with the issues that I was dealing with. Say the hardest point was logically deducing that the lives of my loved ones would be better off if I was gone. You know what I mean? And thinking that my mom and my friends, that their life would be better if I took myself out of the picture. And for one, I just figured, their friends canceled. Her son is a disgrace. My family's going to think they raised me wrong. And my friends, I'm a social pariah now. I'm a burden. I'm better off dead. And the hard part was, I would read stories and books written by parents who lost their kids to suicide. And they reported feeling a lot of anger after the suicide. So I tried to think of what's the way I can do it to get the least amount of anger on behalf of the people who would grieve. Because hanging someone will discover you. So I figured that drinking myself to death would be the way to do it. And I wasn't able to. Yeah, that was just a dark place. I remember hating the people who loved me because I knew they would grieve, and that made me mad. That makes sense. Like I was ready to go. I had no will to live. But their grief was like, I didn't want to cause that. I didn't want to hurt them. So I was like, I hated the people who loved me because they were stopping me from taking my own life. And it's weird to think that like when I was going through that, if you walk by me in the street, I look like a normal guy. And so now when I walk around and I see people, I think to myself, you have no idea what that person is going through. Like it's crazy that so many people are suffering in like complete silence, and they don't wear it on them.
Many of the people you talk to are probably that.
Yeah.
Many people you've interviewed before all this and after are probably going through some shit.
And I also thought if I could write down what I just told you on a piece of paper, and then I was to do it, and then they found the note, they would take it more seriously because they would know that I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
But then, if you do it, it reduces the lifespan of your parents by 15 years. So I looked at it like I was taking time away from them.
Well, thank you for the most part leaning towards accountability. It's the right path to take. What advice would you give to young men that look up to you on how they can be good men, especially in regard to women?
If you have any kind of platform, whether it doesn't have to be famous on Instagram, it could be like if you're a pillar of your community in the culinary world or whatever it is. Just be hyper aware of that and remember that you are inheriting a power dynamic that can create situations where there might be some pressure that you don't even realize is there, but it's definitely there. And you just have to be aware of that. And 2, when meeting new partners, having hookups and stuff like that, just try to have a trauma-informed conversation about their past. Really know the experiences and the backstory of what a new partner has gone through in that world of intimacy. Whatever they're comfortable, to share, obviously. But I would advise against I would advise against hooking up with someone that you're meeting for the first time. Have those conversations prior, because even though it might sound like a vibe killer, it's not. And if you think that conversation is a vibe killer, you probably shouldn't be in that situation in the first place. Especially now, how hypersexualized things are and how common that type of violence is. You need to be able to have those conversations and stop and say, hey, tell me a little bit about your past. Is there any triggers that make you uncomfortable? Let me know how I can be the best partner to you. And I'm sure that college age people are not having those conversations, but I'm sure that it would go a long way.
So especially when you're young, college aged, you don't have enough experience to be able to read a person without having that conversation. Because a lot of times you can see the trauma without explicitly talking about it.
Yeah.
That takes experience and knowledge and seeing the world. When you're young and you really don't know shit, making things look a bit more explicit is probably better.
Yeah, and also like as men, we're trained to believe that it's our duty to be the initiatory party in any type of like sexual encounter. Like, oh, like man chases woman. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be the one to make the move, or like she's playing hard to get if, she's resistant to your first like compliment or something. I think that that's not always how it has to be, and that extra caution needs to be placed if you're taking the initiatory role in an interaction, especially if someone has a traumatic background. They might agree to do something with you because they're scared, and you might not realize that's what's going on. But because you don't see yourself as a predatory person, you don't see yourself as someone who would ever consciously make someone uncomfortable or cross a boundary. But people have histories that you might not understand. And for me, as someone who doesn't have much, honestly, like childhood trauma or anything like that, it's been an interesting year for me working in therapy and elsewhere, understanding how that affects the mind. And also I understand hurt people, and that someone with a traumatic background isn't going to have sympathy for applying that traumatic pain to someone else, even if that person isn't the cause of what put them in that spot.
If we can go back to Channel 5, can you tell the origin story of that?
Yeah, Channel 5, during the All Gas No Brakes days, we used to tell people that we were called Channel 5 if we wanted them to stop antagonizing us while we were filming, because every town has a Channel 5. So when people were like, what's this for? If they were being super rude and like trying to get in the camera and be hella obnoxious, we would just say, oh, we're Channel 5. And they would be like, oh, my grandma's going to see that. And they would leave us alone. So Channel 5 was a diversion tactic during All Gas No Brakes. And it just so happened that we were in Miami Beach one time, and this kid came up like drinking liquor, like, trying to yell about like whatever they yell about in Miami Beach, like titties or whatever. And we're like, bro, this is Channel 5. Be careful what you say. And he was like, for real? And he just walked off. And I said to my friend at the time, I was like, that sounded pretty good, right? Channel 5. And he goes, it does sound pretty good. He's like, that's got to be trademarked, though. No. It's not trademarked.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right? There's a Channel 5 in every city. Channel 5 KTLA, Channel 5 Seattle, Como News. Dude, Channel 5 itself, we own it. Because no one's thought of something that simple. Because you'd think you'd have to specify. We own channel5.com, channel5.news. Dude, we own it. It's awesome.
So it was the same kind of spirit as the previous thing.
Yeah.
What was the first one you did under the Channel 5 flag?
Miami Beach spring break.
I think I've seen that. And it's going to be a callback. I think somebody mentioning eating ass there too.
That would be the place.
I believe that
There's only about 5 places in the U.S. where people yell about eating ass all the time. Bourbon Street, South Beach, Miami, 6th Street in Austin, Broadway in Nashville, and I'm just going to go ahead and say Times Square. You might not think it, but
Times Square, really?
Yeah, they yell about ass there.
Times Square.
I would say Beale Street in Memphis, but it's not good.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Beale Street is like the median age is too high on Beale Street for anyone to yell about ass.
Oh, this is a fascinating portrait of America through that specific lens. So, Miami Beach. And then, how would you describe your style of interviewing? Just now that you've collected so many. If you had a style, how would you describe this?
I guess before, especially, it used to be like deadpan. Now I would describe it as more directed, but still relatively affable, agreeable, deadpan interview style.
Yeah, there's like in the face of absurdity.
Yeah,
you're just like there with a microphone. There's a comic aspect to it, and that's intentional.
Yeah, I used to look at the camera like Jim from The Office back in the day.
Yeah,
I don't do that anymore.
What about the editing? Like, how do you think about the editing?
I still do most of it, but Susan helps a lot too. It's my associate. The editing style, like I said, we pioneered this editing style that honestly was inspired a bit by like Vic Berger, but we took it to real life. Crash zooms, kind of chopping up vocals a bit to add comedic timing where it didn't necessarily exist. Like you might add 2 seconds of awkward silence that are built with room tone, or you might make everything really fast by cutting silence and switching frames. Switching camera angles. But now we try to be pretty straightforward because we want to be taken more seriously.
Yeah, sure. What's crash zoom, by the way?
A crash zoom is when it's artificial zoom that you might add in Adobe Premiere, where the camera zooms in on someone's face.
Where the resolution is not there,
The resolution is not there unless you have a Blackmagic cinema camera.
which you don't.
We don't use those. The file size is too big.
The file, that's the only constraint.
Yeah.
All right.
100%.
And you also do voiceover storytelling.
I think the first time I really did that was in the San Francisco streets video, because there's so much content about San Francisco homelessness, tenderloin shoplifting, but there's not that much context in those videos about the history of San Francisco, the housing crisis, NIMBYism, random zoning stuff that sounds boring but has a major role in the current situation on the streets there, as to why the tenderloin is neglected by police and by the city council, and the other neighborhoods like Nob Hill and North Beach are so nice. So I added that purposely to the San Francisco video, and then also to the Philadelphia streets video to accentuate the reporting and add some historical analysis.
What's your goal with some of these videos, like the Philadelphia Streets one? Is it to reveal the full spectrum of humanity, or is it also to tell a story that's almost political?
Well,
about the state?
number one is always humanization. That's the primary goal. It's to take people in circumstances where they're often news items and remind the public that these are people with lives and concerns and dreams just like you. But secondly, we also want to start introducing more solution-oriented journalism. So not just, oh my God, I'm becoming aware of how horrible this is, but what can you actually do to help? And as you can see with the Vegas tunnels video, people are responding pretty positively to it. Like, here's how you can maybe help a homeless neighbor, help get them an ID, help them qualify for housing or get a job at the scrapyard. There's always ways to help, but so much of the YouTube world is oversaturated by just like endless videos of people suffering. And the comments are always like, wow, so horrible, but what does that really do for somebody?
You've interviewed many rappers.
Yes.
Educate me.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah. Can you explain this drill rap situation? What is drill
It's an
rap?
evolving situation. Drill began in 2010. Some people say it was Chief Keef in Chicago. I think it was King Louie in Chicago. But I think all of it was very influenced by Waka Flocka Flame, who dropped an album called Flockavelli in 2010. It was like hyper-violent, adrenaline-boosting rap music made by people who were actually in the streets. So in the 90s, if you had 50 Cent, you had rappers rapping about like whatever gangster shit, selling crack and beating people up, but they weren't actually doing it. Drill has a true crime component to where drill fans want to know that the person rapping about catching bodies does in fact kill people. So drill is it's pretty horrifying. It sounds great, but it started in Chicago, then it spread to England, and now it's bounced back to New York, like the Bronx and Brooklyn specifically, and spread from New York to the rest of the country. So now there's probably a drill rapper every 10 square miles.
So these are, as opposed to pretending to be a gangster and killing people, you get some credibility by actually doing it.
Yes, and the fans are typically not in the communities that are affected by poverty. So they're kind of like superheroes to white kids.
It's dark.
And not just white kids, but just anyone who's not in the hood. It's not necessarily a race thing. There's white drill rappers too. Slim Jesus was a big one. He's out of the picture now. But there's white drill rappers.
Slim Jesus. You made a video on O Block.
Yeah.
What is O Block? The place, the culture, the people.
O Block is a housing project in South Chicago, in the Englewood area, where Michelle Obama grew up. It's also where Chief Keef was born and raised. I don't know if he was born there, but he was raised there. And he is the forefather of modern drill music as we know it. So these are the projects where drill began. It's also the first place where you have that intersection of drill music and true crime, because O Block has a lot of rappers, and then nearby is an area called St. Lawrence, aka Tukaville, which has a lot of rappers as well. And so these two rival drill gangs basically
and you'll see I got a bunch of
have,
different
a lot of history, and it connects to music at large.
So you've interviewed people there.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any concern for your safety?
No, I mean, I think that O Block
How old were you,
has
Marcel?
calmed down a lot. For one, it has security, so you can't even really get in and out.
What
But
year were
two,
you born?
I think that O Block's trying to rebrand itself a lot,
You're-
because
you're-
it could
you're
be
not
just Lil
18.
Durk's avoiding a
You're not
RICO
18.
charge. Could
My
be for
dear.
a variety of reasons. I know you don't know exactly what that
Anybody
means,
can
but
tell you what year they were born.
Lil Durk?
rapper Lil Durk
Yeah.
is affiliated with O Block.
Yep.
And a lot of people
Oh,
have
that's
been
cool.
murdered in retribution for killings that Lil Durk may or may not have influenced the ordering of. But anyways,
And Lil Durk documented the killings in
no,
via rap music, probably.
okay, I know you don't know about drill, but Lil Durk was associated with a rapper named King Von, and King Von perhaps paid for the assassination of a rapper named FBG Duck, who got killed in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. It's possible. The O Block 6 are drill associated, not rappers, but just shooters, and they perhaps operating on King Von's behalf when he killed FBG Duck. King Von was Lil Durk's artist. King Von's now dead. So there's definitely a concern that some of the Fed charges will fall on Durk. Not sure if that's true, but it's rumors in the hip hop community. So O Block right now, and when I filmed the video, is trying to go through a major image rehab. If you go on any Instagram of anyone in O Block, they've all converted to Islam. And so they post pictures of themselves praying in the morning and have captions like, "Put the guns down, let's pray." So I think when I went there, they saw it as a good opportunity to do a positive rebrand. And so I interviewed a rapper named Boss Top, who was there all the way back in 2011 when Chief Keef was coming up. And so he basically ensured my safe protection. But he didn't even need to. They're all very friendly. And they know exactly what's up with YouTube stuff.
I like how 2011 is the old days, like the ancient,
Oh, yeah.
the founding fathers.
I was in 8th grade.
Oh man, time flies when you're having fun.
It sure does.
Lil Durk, where's Lil Durk now?
Atlanta.
So he left Chicago, not
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah, I mean, every rapper has to leave their hometown. That's what I did.
It's a journey.
Seattle would have taken me out, bro.
How's your? I mean, you do interview a lot of people. I mean, that's like a top comment, but it speaks to the reality of the fact that you always find somebody rapping, or you, you create the space for people to rap. What's
Yeah.
that about?
I don't know,
they're-
man.
But they're usually really good.
You think so?
I appreciate it
Well, hell yeah, man. I mean, rappers,
in their own way.
since I touched a microphone, rappers have gravitated toward me.
Mhm.
I think there's something
You're a
happening.
rapper whisperer.
I think there's something happening on a deeper cosmic spiritual level
Yeah.
that lets the mind of rappers know that like they have a safe place in front of our camera crew.
You have an interview with Crip Mac.
I do. Free
Who's-
Crip Mac. He's in jail right now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Is that a hashtag?
Yeah,
Maybe.
for sure.
What that's an interview. People should go watch it. People should go watch your all your interviews, but that one is pretty intense.
Thanks.
I was a little afraid for your life.
Oh, Crip Mac's the safest guy in the world.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh, definitely, dude.
Yeah, but it was fun.
I feel like more safe around Crip Mac than I do on any given pedestrian.
Yeah, he was loud and flavorful. Yeah, I should say. So who's he? What's his story?
Well, his name's Trevor. He grew up in Ontario, California, in the Inland Empire. Moved to Texas with his mom after his dad left. His mom started dating a cop from Houston named Mr. Gary.
Living the dream. How you living, Pet?
His mom found Mr. Gary getting anally.
Did you? I saw you started your own server. Good on you, man. I joined.
Yeah, it's gonna be a small study space. Hopefully, it gets larger. The study space.
Very cool, man. What's new with you?
So I just rebought my whole laptop.
Oh, you the gaming
Getting
one?
the battery fixed for the gaming one.
All right, is that a good thing?
I'll probably be back to Mortal Online in a bit.
Excellent. Feel free to stream it in here. I'd love to watch you.
Yeah, I could, but it's kind of heavy. Every time I try streaming it on Discord, it shows up for a few seconds and then it just shuts down.
Have you ever tried, instead of using Discord, the app, which is very heavy, just using it in a browser, which is much lighter?
Yeah, I should try that. Yeah.
I do that sometimes. It seems to work a lot better. A lot better.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Excellent. What's on?
That's actually a good idea, guys, because I need to stream sometimes because people need to see what's on the screen. If I need help or anything, usually we stream and then someone helps out.
I gotcha.
But Model Online 2 is a kind of complicated game.
What's your favorite part about it?
You can't have favorite parts of this in game. It's all like one. Uh, it's sort of like a kind of get rich or die trying type game, I guess.
Okay.
So it all depends on how much gold you have and how much. Yeah, it kind of depends on how much gold you have. And I think reputation is kind of secondary.
Do you feel like it's better than RuneScape, old school RuneScape specifically?
Yeah, yeah, way better. But the problem is like with these games is that few people want to play it. And, you know, the rest of everyone is gonna play the next new single player bad game. And for us like hardcore gamers or whatever. But there's people who have been gaming for like decades now. It it feels a lot better when you have one game which can't be labeled much, but still like kind of satisfies your more itch. And that one game is always like with something like Marvel Online 2, it gets so complicated that very few people end up playing in the end. But the few people who play all the time are gonna be loyal to the game.
Very cool. And you said you're getting
Yeah.
you're getting a new battery in it.
Yeah, because I have it right now, like right next to me. But the thing is, it works only if it's plugged in. So if I run anything kind of tech heavy, the laptop just shuts off. Just crashes.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so I needed to get a new battery. I actually sold this to the guy for about $100, and I'm paying like $200. He gets to get it back, not including the battery.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. I was kind of low on cash. It was a bad idea back then, but I had no choice because I didn't have the money to buy a battery, and I didn't have the cash to pay stuff I owed in like loans and stuff.
I gotcha. Well, you did what you had
Yeah,
to do.
yeah, I got in trouble about last year when my loans were like really dragging me down from how much I need. I think next month as well I get like some double salary, so I'll be spending double the amount. I mean not double the amount. I'll be spending like the entire salary on the loans I have to pay back.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I was playing more MO2. It's you know what it is. It's every Lord of the Rings fan greatest dream basically. Feels sort of like that. It's every Lord of the Rings fan like best ever game to play because it's so well detailed and the gameplay works really well. So I'd say like a close second, if not tied, to Snowfall in terms of the game system.
Are you?
So yeah, it's not exactly an MMO. It's not a casual MMO. You can't take it to like yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you said it's not an MMO.
Uh, it is an MMO, but fall under it's sort of like an open PvP as a whole, right? But it has elements of you could call it a medieval simulation. Maybe it, maybe it's too hard to be called a regular MMO. It's too hard a game to be called a regular MMO.
Oh, okay.
It takes like 200 hours just to get into the beginner part of the game. Yeah, you gotta play like 8 hours a day every day. See, the problem with me is that I'm not alone at home all the time. If I was alone at home, I had my own house and I was alone there without people knocking on the door or me having to do stuff, I would be playing almost 12 hours a day from home. You know?
Right.
So, yeah, and that's how it works for some people. So people who can't afford to be alone at home for whatever reason. I mean, there are very few people like that in the West, especially people who can't have their own room and just stay there alone. So, but yeah, it doesn't work out so well for me. So yeah, I play around this time, night time, play till like the break of day, and it's those night hours you get in are kind of special. They feel like they feel like kind of like if, if I had to put it in any estimation of what it would feel like, it would probably feel like you stay up the whole night and you just play. She's awesome. Yeah.
Very cool. Are you
Yeah, you have a guild, right? Yeah.
a guild?
Yeah, you have a guild, so you play with your guild.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a guild and a clan?
They're pretty much the same thing,
That's what I thought.
except, yeah, they call them different things in different games. So in RuneScape it's called a clan, but in Mortal Online 2 it's called a guild. Yeah, RuneScape is, I don't know. I don't know about RuneScape anymore. I think they keep pushing it too far, and people always end up playing it somehow. Then they get a good amount of money just being RuneScape. So it's outdated. It's far gone from what it used to be.
Wow. Are you thinking that once you get your computer back, you're going to play any other games?
Yeah, I'll play some of the new single player games on Steam. The thing about Steam is there's always something new. Like practice, if you haven't visited it for like 3 to 4 months or 4 to 5 months, you go back online on Steam and you find like a dozen games you can buy. You know?
Yeah. Do they have good deals on them?
Yeah, they have great deals on them. So I live in India, so I have region specific pricing. So the stuff that people abroad will pay like $50 for, I pay like 20.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Any good games that you've gotten on which you've gotten a deal?
Yeah. So every time Mortal Online comes on sale, they have Steam sales, right? So every time Mortal Online 2 comes on sale, I I bought it once on discount sale. So yeah, it's worth it if you need like another house, like it has characters. Or back when it used to be only one character per account, right? So you would need to buy like another model online on another account.
Oh wow.
That yeah.
I think that I don't like. Are these games basically pay to win?
Yeah, it's not pay to win. It's pay to play. That means that you have to buy a subscription, which is like I think it's around $12 or so.
A month?
Just for a month, yeah.
Wow, so it's pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is. But it's if you play as much as most people play who buy subscriptions, there's no problem.
All
You
right.
get your money's worth in like 10 days. I mean, if you play like a lot.
I gotcha. Do you
I
feel?
think they make these kind of brilliant MMOs, and all the MMO players go and play some crap somewhere, and it's kind of annoying, but that's just how it's been all the time. Because you can't keep a game alive much anymore.
Do you like?
People
Have you
move
ever
on to
played?
other things.
Have you ever played like Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, I did. I didn't play GTA 5. I played San Andreas. I never played GTA 5. So it's pretty good GTA 5, but I've not played much of it.
Do you ever play like FIFA?
I used to play with my friends on console.
Yeah.
It's way back.
How is it?
Yeah. It's fun multiplayer. I don't want to play it with like the it's not that much fun. I'm not that good at it. It's not. I guess the thing is there are kind of two types of games. Or the whole who want to like live in a kind of multiplayer universe or something. And then there are people play FIFA who like just like games with like competition.
Do you ever play um like old like emulators?
Yeah, I think it's a boat simulation or something. Uh, yeah, I'm not too into that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I like my base of people, just kind of like those normal people left of it.
I gotcha.
Yeah, because this kind of there's like probably three types of gamers. Who games just want to play games for competition, and they're never really into the stuff that involves getting into it and playing for the sake of fun. They're not too into that kind of addiction type stuff. And then there's the gamer who will play every single player game available. Like any new single player game, they're on it. And then the third type is the RPG MMO players, like me. And we prefer like stuff that you can really immerse yourself into, right? So that's about it, yeah.
I gotcha. Would you say do you ever what are your favorite console games?
I used to play, so there's this game called Thief Deadly Shadows, and it's like a stealth game. I don't know if you heard of it. It's just an old console game. I used to play it back in the day. Uh, yeah, back in the day. Because those were early back in the Yeah, so I have fond memories of some console games. And Fable. Fable was another console game.
What's your favorite old school game?
Uh, favorite, favorite RuneScape game.
Old school, like Super Mario Brothers
Oh,
or Zelda.
oh yeah, yeah. Favorite old school game. Um, that's actually a tough one.
So I asked it, baby.
Uh, I'd have to say there was this game. It's so old that I kind of forget the name. I think it was called Geno, and it was about these like regular humanoids who could control these massive like robot transformer type machines, and all the fighting was done in like the HUD, in like the HUD of the machine. And you could do crazy shit like on different types of transformer type machines. It was a kind of out there kind of game back then. Like a lot of games old school, they were so kind of bizarre that they kind of meet the definitions of what's considered gameplay even today, right? So I don't know. You can check it out. It was called Genome, GENOM, something like that. Genome Project or something like that.
It was called Genome Project.
And, yeah.
Wow. Was it interesting?
It was back then. I'd never played a game like beginning to end. I was kind of young, but all the games back then, like we talked about this before about how, in my opinion, at least that we were brought up as kids, like the internet was still circulating in our bloodstream, so to speak. It wasn't quite already there. It's just that it was part of like the newer world that was taking. So you know,
Yeah.
those were the fun days when the internet was just
Young.
it was it was absolute junk, but and it was like a twilight era.
Right.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, Frosty, stay with me. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right. I feel
Penetrated
Take
by
a
a
look.
coworker, and so she booked Crit Mac a one-way Greyhound ticket to LA where he joined the Crips.
That's a good story. It's true.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm just saying that he's a classic case of somebody without a father figure who found camaraderie and sense of belonging and purpose in a street gang, which in LA is like a rule of law in most of the city.
We were, I forget in what context earlier, talking about martial arts and fighting, and he's got to work on his punching form.
I think so. He gets into a lot of fights in jail though, and from what I've heard, he wins like
He does
about
that.
half of them. So
All right, what did he go to jail for now?
firearm possession, it was a probation violation.
Oh,
It's too bad.
all right. So Philly, you went to the border,
Hmm.
Occupy Seattle protests. You went to Ukraine.
Yeah.
What are some interesting things that stand out to you from memory? Just as I asked the question, some interesting.
Well, I mean, I was in jail at the border for a while. That was horrible.
What was that like? Was that your first time?
Yeah, well, I didn't know that I couldn't hop my own border as an American. I'm thinking, this is my country. I can get in any way that I want. Wrong. you can only enter the U.S. through an official port of entry, which I learned the hard way because I got arrested by Border Patrol and held as a detainee at a migrant center for a few days.
What was that like?
Horrible.
Which aspect?
I mean, well, for one, like, I don't know. It was just to be in a place like that. And I probably sound like such a wimp right now because I know someone's watching this who's done some hard time. But we thought we were going to do at least 6 months in jail because the guards freaked us out and we're like, you're being charged with a federal crime. You know what you boys did is serious. We're waiting on word from San Antonio about whether or not we're going to extradite you. So we're just sitting in these cells alone, most of the time in solitary, with no pillows, just
No pillows.
no pillows, no mat, nothing, just a space blanket. And I was sleeping on my shoes, stinking up the place. It was no good.
You mentioned the UFO convention.
Yeah.
What have you learned from those guys, the ufologists?
I really want to know what you think about that. That's the one question that I want to reverse on you. Because you've talked to so many people. Do you think that aliens have actually visited Earth?
Yeah.
When?
When? Exact dates? I do. I think there's alien civilizations everywhere. I talk to a lot of people that have doubts about it. I just think, I even suspect there's a intelligent alien civilization in our galaxy. And I just can't imagine them not having visited us. So I lean on that. What that actually looks like, I don't know. The stuff we're seeing in terms of UFO sightings, I think that's much more likely, to the degree it's real, it's much more likely government projects. So military, Lockheed Martin, this kind of stuff.
So you think that they have knowledge of it?
Yeah.
One thing I think about with aliens is scale. So we have this idea that an alien would be a gray alien or almost humanoid lookalike that would visit us in human form, arms, legs, head. Who's to say that they're not able to shrink down to microscopic size with the same neural capacity?
Yeah. Or just have a very difficult to perceive form.
But I mean, that they would go small, not big.
No, I think that would take a humanoid-like form just to be able to communicate with humans. I think that the big challenge with aliens is to be able to find a common language. So if you come to another planet and you suspect that there's some kind of complexity going on, but it looks nothing like humans, you have to find a common language.
Mm-hmm.
And I think aliens would try to take physical form that's similar, that us dumb humans would understand.
Language is really interesting too. I have this series that I'm going to announce for the first time on here, but I'm really interested in endangered languages in the U.S. There's like 150 languages in the U.S. with less than 1,000 speakers.
Wow.
And I want to like help spearhead efforts to preserve some of these. Like, for example, Hawaiian Sign Language, 15 of those people left.
Holy shit.
Because when Hawaii got annexed, the ASL community tried to make it so the deaf native Hawaiians wouldn't be able to speak their native sign language. And so they would do it under the desks at like schools for the deaf and blind. And they would get like their mouth washed out with soap and stuff if they so much as did the Hawaiian signs. Also, the Gullah Geechee language in the South Carolina Sea Islands, Hilton Head Island and stuff. That's like it's almost a Creole language that's been in the U.S. for hundreds of years, existing in isolation. That's being threatened by golf course developments. I don't know how into language you are, but I've been getting super nerded out about it.
Actually, I'm interviewing somebody tomorrow who's an expert in human language. He's from MIT, studying the syntax of a lot of languages, including in the Amazon jungle, the peoples that live in the Amazon jungle region. Yeah, it's fascinating. Human language is fascinating, and also the barriers it creates, and also how the games are played to what you're speaking by governments. This is part of the story of Russia and Ukraine. There's a battle over language. The Ukrainian language is a symbol of independence, which is why they were trying to make it the primary language of the nation. And so sometimes the language represents the culture and the peoples.
Yeah,
and it's like intricately tied to the culture of the people.
I've been trying to learn Navajo.
Which languages do you know?
Spanish and English.
Spanish well?
See.
I don't know Spanish that well, so that passes me. You're fluent, basically.
Yes.
Oh, it doesn't. Hola.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was real Cancun spring break.
Well, I actually speak fluent Spanish according to Spotify because there's every episode is translated, overdubbed by AI in Spanish.
God.
Yeah, there's a
We have a
very
Spanish robot assigned to you?
this Spanish robot. I sound like incredibly intelligent and intellectual in Spanish. They make
Senor
it
Friedman.
exactly. Uh, from everything you've done, all the people you've seen, do you think most people are good? Underneath it all.
Yeah.
So the ones that do all the extreme shit,
Okay, I'll put it like this. Most people think they're doing the best thing for the world. I don't think anyone, except for maybe a small fraction of sociopaths, wakes up every day and says, I'm going to fuck somebody's life up today. I think the far majority of people are fighting for what they think is right and do want to see America succeed and want us to be in a happy place where no one is subjugated. I just think people have drastically different ideas of what means will get us there. And unfortunately, that's leading to a lot of misunderstandings between cultures. And yeah, I think that most people are good. I've been through some things that leads me to believe that a lot of people, though, are primarily motivated by self-interest, and that in a fight or flight situation, most people will choose flight. So I don't know if people are courageous as a whole, but I think generally good. But the energy to stand up for what's right, I'm not sure about that.
they have the capacity though
Yeah.
to do good.
I think human beings are inherently selfish as well. But I don't think that selfish is inherently bad. I think humans are primarily motivated by self-interest, but generally have positive intentions.
I do hope more humans rise to the occasion and have courage of their convictions, courage to have integrity. But yeah, I think that most people are good and they want to do good and they have the capacity to do a lot of good.
Mhm.
That's why I have hope for this whole thing we got going on. How do you heal the misunderstandings between people, you think?
Listening. It's the only option we have. No forced education, no like forced meetings or mediations between political opponents. Just listen to more people and really listen. Try to get rid of whatever preconceived notions you might have about how you should feel about someone you are supposed to disagree with, and just keep your ears and your heart open to people that you don't know, and your life will change.
Keep your heart open.
A lot of people are scared to listen.
Well, Andrew, I'm a big fan and thank you for being one of the best listeners in the world
Amen.
and showing the full spectrum of humanity to us so we can listen as well and learn. And just thank you for doing everything you're doing. Keep
Hey,
doing
man,
it.
thanks so much for having me on. You're a great man.
Thank you, man.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew Calkin. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hunter S. Thompson. The edge. There is no honest way to explain it because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who have gone over. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time. If I hate you, that's great. But if I have a story to support that hate, that's even better. One of your favorite words, jihad? That's my favorite hobbies. It doesn't matter now who do you vote into power. They will not listen to you. They would listen to the people who paid them to be there. When the military came in, people were walking, pointing their fingers like, don't speak about Sisi. Don't speak about the army. Huh? We love you now, but don't you do it like that. So I called Jon Stewart, just like, I don't know what to do. And he said the most interesting thing ever. He said, if you're afraid of something, make fun of the fact that you're afraid of it. The following is a conversation with Bassem Youssef, a legendary Egyptian-American comedian, the so-called Jon Stewart of the Middle East, who fearlessly satirized those in power, even when his job and life were on the line. Bassem is a beautiful human being. It was truly a pleasure for me to get to know him and to have this fun, fascinating, and challenging conversation. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bassem Youssef. Your wife is half Palestinian, and I've heard you say that you've been trying to kill her. but she keeps using the kids as human shields. So have you considered negotiating a ceasefire?
Well, the thing is, every day, every minute of the day in a married life is a negotiation. Everything can blow up into a full-scale war, starting from a simple sentence like, "Good morning. What should we do with the kids today? What should we do with that piece of furniture?" Any sentence can lead you to heaven or to hell at the same time.
So you do negotiate with terrorists.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You must.
Yeah. And for her, I am her terrorist too, so it's equal.
Terrorists on both sides. On a more serious note, when you found out about the attacks of October 7th, what went through your mind?
If I'm allowed to use a curse word, I was like,
As many as
I
possible.
was like, oh shit. Part of my stand-up comedy is I describe a situation where I was in a restaurant with producers, and there was a bombing 2 blocks away in Chelsea, New York, in 2016. And of course, this is the like, damn, what's going to happen to us now? And there's like 2 different reactions. There's like the white reaction, which is like, oh my god, I hope nobody is hurt. This is terrible. I hope everybody's okay. And there's the Arab reaction. What's his name? What's his name? What is the name? You know, because you know what's gonna come. It's kind of I was scared what's gonna really happen in that area, and it's like, oh my god, it's gonna be horrible. And the way that it was reported, I didn't know how to handle this. So I went into hiding for a few days, 3 or 4 days. And I talked about Piers Morgan team talking to me 2 times, 3 times. I was like, no, I can't. How can you defend that? How can you defend the raid, the decapitated babies and whatever? And then I started kind of looking in the news a little bit. And then I started seeing people coming on the shows and saying things that I know as an Arab, as a Muslim, as someone from that region, that it's not true. But I didn't know what to say, how to say it. So I said, by the 3rd time when they asked me, I said, like, fine, put me on. And I went there. It was more of a, figuratively speaking, a suicide mission, and because it's a lose-lose situation. I can lose stuff in Hollywood. I remember my manager's like, listen, be careful. I mean, are you sure you want to do it? My manager was like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And on the other side, if I don't perform well, whatever well means, I'm gonna be rejected by my own people. So it was a lose-lose situation, because whatever I say, it will never be enough, and whatever I say will not be good enough. And I was going into there, and I felt that I was going into a trance for the 33 minutes that I was on that interview for the first time.
You blacked out.
I blacked out. And a lot of people ask me, is the earpiece, was that a bit? When the earpiece kept falling, it's like, no, it was really falling off, and it disconnected, and I had to save it because I cannot see them. All I can hear, I can just hear them, and I could expect it at any time. Okay, Bassem, thank you. It's like I was fighting for every second to say words, to put stuff in there.
Yeah, for people who don't know, this is your conversation interview with Piers Morgan, and you can see.
I could see. I was just like the lens of the camera, and I was just
It was like a
a
surreal dream or nightmare.
yeah. Hello, Bassem. Like hello, Bassem. Like hi.
and it could end at any moment. Your career and everything.
Everything. Yeah.
So, what was the drive that got you to actually do it, to overcome that fear?
Multiple things. First of all, I don't want to say it's just my wife's family, because my wife's family has always been there, but this time was different. The bombing, the attack, they usually one of those people that they're away for everything. Whatever happened in Gaza, they are always in safe places. But this time, it seems that there was no place safe. And already we heard about like 2, 3 of the cousins and the uncles already lost their homes. So this was too much. So I wanted to say something for those people, because I know that, you know, I made one of the jokes that I made about, like, oh, you know, it's Hassan, her cousin. He's a loser. He's a doctor. And every time a hospital was bombed, we were worried about it. So I wanted to say that because I felt that this is a family that I have never seen in my life. I've never. She actually hardly saw an uncle or two, because, you know, they cannot leave. But I said, like, I need to speak. At least I do something for those extended family that I have never known. But also because when Piers Morgan team called me a couple of times, said, okay, let's see what's going on in the show. And I just watched this stuff. and the lies and the one-sided reporting that made my blood boil. And then I thought, like, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of, if I say something I can lose my career. It's like, wait a minute, but that was the reason why I left Egypt. I said, wait, I left Egypt, I came to the United States, I came to the land of the free where I can say anything I want, and yet I have limitation of what to say. I mean, I thought we left that shit behind. I mean, what's happening? And I understand the connection of like how sensitive it is when you speak about Israel and all of the ready-made accusation. But as an Arab, as a Muslim, I don't react the same when you talk about Saudi Arabia or Iran or Egypt or any of them. It's like, hey, you want to diss some of these countries? I'll do that with you, because I have strong opinions about what happened, and I already been expressing them. But when that's why I speak, and there's a lot of Jewish people who come to my show, and they understand that. They understand the separation. But that kind of a grouping of blackmailing people and saying and not saying what they have in their mind, it is that kind of like one of the things that kind of like push me to go on the show.
The thing that was bothering you, was it what was being said or how it was being said?
Both. Because there are lies, which is usually in the media, but there was the total disregard of humanity. You talk a lot about in your show about human suffering. And I felt that here the human suffering was not equal. I felt that's why I came up with this, like, what's the exchange rate today? What's the exchange rate today? There's, of course, it's terrible to see anybody die, but I feel that, like, isn't our life not worth anything?
Yeah, you had a chart akin to crypto.
Yeah.
From an you analyze it from an investing perspective, of course, in the dark.
It's like ROI on
And you were saying that a certain year was a good year.
Yeah, 2014.
2014 was a good year for investment purposes, and also to refer to the family member that you called a loser. You were saying that you called him, had a conversation with him, and he keeps saying that he's not using anybody for human shields, and you called him a loser. What do you can't even give a
The
job.
liar. He lied to us because I have to believe. But this is what the one thing. It's like, it's also one of the things, like how it was said. It was stuff that I have been hearing. I don't know what turned on my head, but it's stuff that I've been hearing all my life from the media. Israel warns civilians before bombing them, and that's okay, but that's not okay. Israel is trying to minimize the civilians but killing them anyway, and that's okay, but that's not okay. So it is kind of like the indoctrination that we've been hearing as if it is okay, and then suddenly it's not.
Yeah, there's a kind of several layers of bullshit, almost sometimes hiding the obvious horror of the situation with kind of politeness and all this kind of stuff. Just the basic value of human life. That said, it's a difficult situation.
It is. It is.
What would you do if you were Israel? BB called you. Awesome. Big fan of your comedy. First of all, would you hang up right away? Would you hear him out?
No, I would definitely hear him up. It's like, that was like, wait a minute, that's material. That's material. That's material, man. It's like, so Netanyahu called me.
Yeah.
I was sitting with my family, just like I have on my phone, and it's like, oh, Netanyahu.
Yeah, it just shows up that way. I mean, what would you do? What would you do in this situation?
To answer this question, we need to understand how Israel thinks. There is an incredible speech given by Gideon Levy, the famous Israeli reporter Haaretz. And he describes a situation where he was in the West Bank and there was a checkpoint. And in that checkpoint, there was an ambulance with a Palestinian patient. And it was there sitting for an hour and a half, not moving. And then he went to talk to the soldiers, like, guys, why are you not letting them go? It's like, let them go. So like, and then he told them, imagine if he was your father. And the soldier stood up. It's like, what? These are pigs. These are not humans. So when you tell me what would you do if Israel would do, it really we need to ask, how does Israel look at the Palestinians and view the Palestinians, because they do look at them less than human. And there is an incredible talk by Michal Meyer. He was a Holocaust survivor, and he said, I learned in Auschwitz when I was there in the concentration camp that in order for a dominant group of people to dehumanize another group, they need first to dehumanize themselves. And Israel looks at Palestinians as lesser people, as lesser beings, as some people who are dispensable. And the way that they treat them is that they don't really care about, like, that's why the exchange rate thing. So for me, if I am Israel, it will be like, what would you do if you're the United States in the time of the Native Americans? They were killing people with the millions. When you dehumanize a group of people, you really don't care. So if I was Israel, I would do exactly what Israel is doing right now, because there's no one is holding me accountable. There's no one stopping me. And I can get whatever I want throughout my history through violence.
I think a lot of the things you just said are a tiny bit slightly exaggerated. So let me try. Let's try. So not everybody in Israel.
Of course.
So let's look at several groups. So people in government, IDF soldiers, and citizens that are neither of those. And not everybody of any of those sees Palestinians as less than human, just some percentage. So what percentage is that in your sense?
It's the people who have the power.
So it's mostly the focus of your commentary. When you say people in Israel, you really mean the people in power.
The people having power. But as much as, like, of course I mean the people of power, because when I speak about, even when I speak about America, I speak about people of power. When I speak about Egypt, I speak the people of power, because, like, I constantly talk about the 100 million people in Egypt or the 11 million people in Israel. Of course, now there are people who go in and they demonstrate against Netanyahu and they want him out of the government. But we have to admit that the Israeli society as a whole have moved quite a bit to the right, and has been like many extreme. And you know what happens when you go to the right or you go to the most extreme, the other person go to the most extreme. And extremism breeds extremism. So thank you for the clarification, but, like, I really meant with the people of power. When people criticize the United States for going in Iraq, of course I'm not criticizing citizens.
But you made another point, which is an interesting point, and it's very difficult to see in the heart of people. But I wonder if you look at the average Palestinian and the average Israeli, and they look at the other, do they have some hate in their heart? Well, everybody probably has some. What is that amount? You know, when you look at a person that looks different than you, how much hate is there?
It depends on what is the living situation of each person. So in the Berlin Film Festival, just like a couple of weeks ago, there was an Israeli and a Palestinian receiving an award together. And the Israeli director said, we're going to go back to Israel. He's going to go to the West Bank. He will have no rights, and I will have full living rights. These people managed to work together and be friends, and they have empathy to each other. Now, the average Palestinian, it's a very difficult question, because is it the Palestinian in the diaspora, or the Palestinian in Gaza, or the diaspora in the West Bank, or the one in the citizen as a citizen of Israel who still have less right than a Roman citizen of Israel than a Jew? And it really depends. There are people Arabs in Israel who are having a great life, and there are Arabs who are having a miserable life. But definitely people that living in Gaza or in the West Bank is kind of like on the lower tier of the living conditions. Now let's talk about the hate. What does that Palestinian see from the Israeli? The Palestinians see oppression, limitation of movement, limitation of freedom. They have, and then when there's something happens, you see the full force coming in, destroying their home, taking away members of his family. There will be absolutely no reason for him to love that. The Israeli, because he doesn't have the power, but he lives under his government, all he sees is the rockets or whatever, but, like, he sees the reaction, and he doesn't see what happened to those ones. And as humans, we are selfish. We see what really affects us as humans. And I cannot even imagine what it would be like to live as a Palestinian. And I'm not even talking about Gaza, because everybody talks about Gaza. But let me give you an example. And I'm not going to talk about the 12,000 kids killed in Gaza. Let's talk about just like the 4 weeks in the West Bank. March 4th, Amr Najjar, age 10, sitting next to his father, shot while he's sitting in a car next to his father by the IDF soldiers. Mohammed Ziad, 13 years old, March 3rd, shot in front of a UN school while sitting with his friends. Mohammed Ghanem, age 15, March 2nd, he shot while standing in front of a storefront during a night trip. February 23rd, Saeed Jardal, he was killed by a drone fire. February 22nd, Fadi Suleiman, killed while standing in front of the top of a Red Cross building. Nihil Ziad, February 14th, Valentine's Day, killed a shot in the head while leaving school. February 11th, Mohammed Khattour, US citizens, killed while being in a parked car. And Muad Shams, February 9th, killed right in front of his home because a military car came reversing back to him, and then somebody opened the door, shot him, and leave. This is the daily life of people in the West Bank.
What is the justification that IDF provides?
Terrorism.
Terrorism.
Or I don't know. I mean, you cannot really say like human shields, but they would say like they were throwing rocks. There was a guy who went on Chris Rock, and he said like his son, a U.S. citizen, who killed, and it was like they were throwing rocks, so we killed him. Even when they were throwing rocks, you killed him. But the thing is, you see, this is how easy for them to get rid of Palestinians. I mean, I love like I had to say I prepared a little bit for the podcast because you are in tech. So, and I am ignorant in tech. There is a movie called The Lab. It is directed by an Israeli director called Yotam Feldman. And he talks about how the military industry in Israel is very advanced. And what is really mind-boggling is in that movie, he shows how the military tests its weapons in the field in urban areas of Palestinians. It is heartbreaking. You know, as a doctor, there's 5 stages of trials. There is there is discovery, preclinical, clinical, and then market, and then post-market evaluation by the FDA. The FDA approval, and then the FDA post-market. 5 just to take a pill, and you go in, and he interviews people as like, where did you test this? And they tested in the field. So when you just like when human life is so cheap and it is so indispensable, it gave me a visceral reaction, because you know, we as this has been actually the state of humanity have lived and survived and thrived by actually killing each other. But there was kind of like we were removed from it. People in Greece didn't know what Alexander the Great was doing. He was killing a Pelagian, and like we called him the Great because he was killing. He was conquering. He was invading. Julius Caesar, all of the greats, he was doing. But killing was difficult. Killing had to have some sort. You have to be with an enemy. Then you go back, catapults, then cannons, then a little bit back, and then you're kind of like starting remotely. Now you're killing people behind the screen with a push of a button. You know, a lot of people say terrorism. They killed you with a knife. Killed one person with a knife, shot you. That's terrorism. But if you fly a $64 million F-16 and you drop off an A-84 bomb that costs $16,000, that's not terrorism because it's remote. You're behind the screen. So what happened? What Israel is doing? It is removing itself. Like America too, drones. And then when you push someone to be in, they always brag about bombing them to the Stone Ages. What happens when the screens and all of the obstacles that you have been put between you and those people that you have treated them this way, when this is a breach and you come face to face, you will come face to face with what you have created.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things you just said. So one is the methodology of killing. If you want to look at some horrific, large-scale killing, people often talk about the Holocaust, but that's visceral. You can look at Holodomor by Stalin, where the murder is through starvation.
By Churchill in India.
In Churchill in India, and The Great Leap Forward by Mao.
Yeah.
So starvation is a thing we don't often think of it as murder because it's quiet, it's slow, and the interesting thing about starvation is that the people don't complain as they're dying because they're exhausted. That's one. And the other is the value of human life. It does seem that every culture has a unequal valuation of human life. So those two things combined create a complicated military landscape of the world.
Yes, but the thing is, is that how we would look at technology as the savior. And that we talk about how AI will disrupt. And now if you talk about like going to the West Bank, the people in the West Bank walk and they don't see humans. They see people shouting them from towers or behind the screens or and they have like biometrics that is developed by Bessel system, like that's done by HP or Google and Amazon, who are like part of Project Nimbus. And you see InDivision developing all of this like metric and surveillance and all of that stuff. And then you have like something like the gospel that like people have actually said that like, the gospel can actually create a target list using AI and give you a green, yellow, or a red to go ahead. And now AI is not just disrupting the market, it's disrupting our humanity. And we became so comfortable killing people from afar, killing people with a push of the button. And now it is like, it's like dating apps, when you swipe left and right, and it's like, oh, right, it becomes so like cheap. It's not like meeting someone. It's like, it's like a lot of fish in the sea. Same with AI. Boom, 500 people killed. Boom, they killed. So easy. It's so easy. And then it's so far removed from you. So when you put these people in this condition, you have literally put them in a different universe than yours. You are behind in your air-conditioned screens, like pushing them, blowing up a university. It's amazing. But then you meet what you have done. That you meet the Frankenstein that you have created. And then people are like, oh, look what they did.
You just gave me this image of a dating app from hell, where leaders are just sitting there and kind of swiping left and right.
Invade,
Yeah, right.
destroy.
It's bored.
Like
laying in bed.
puppet government.
Yeah, and then turn off the phone, go to sleep. So I traveled to the West Bank, and I mentioned to you offline that I really loved the people there. Just, I've met a bunch of people like that in Eastern Europe, where I grew up. Like the flamboyant, the big personalities, all of that. I also met a person who's in charge of a refugee camp, who was shopping IDF soldier. And I'm not sure the words he said are important as the consequences of the thing that you mentioned, which is the deep hate in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't feel repairable at all. It was pain. It was like a foundation of pain. And on top of that, a hatred. And I was like, wow, this is what you kill one person. That's the way you create.
Because we have kind of like a front row seat to what's happening. We think we're in it, but we can't really grasp it. I mean, people's like, oh, we're just going to go in, get Hamas out, and we're going to get them back in. And also when the people get back in, how do you think they would look at you? What have you created? What have you done? My show in Egypt was all about propaganda. It's all about the use of words. Words are very important. The decapitated babies were not chosen randomly, because you see, it plants a certain image in your brain. Imagine if you're going in, what a baby can do. It can smile, cry, and poop. That's it. It's absolutely no threat. So when you tell people 40 decapitated babies, they are so animalistic, they didn't see the babies. Women raped. Of course, it's an animal to do that. And they would go through that. And they would, what was very frustrating about the conversation is the gish galloping. That gish galloping. So you see the distractions. You see what happens? It's like, what's the proportional response? Can Israel defend itself? Do you condemn Hamas? Does Israel has the right to exist? Decapitated babies, raped women. Why don't the Arab countries take them? Why don't the Muslims kill Muslims? Look what happened in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. Like, see how they kind of distract you. They throw little things at you, so you don't know what to do. Or the UNRWA, the UNN, anti-Semitic, October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. And then suddenly you are distracted and pulled into discussing all of these little things. And you're not discussing what's happening right now. It is basically stalling, giving them time to do what they do.
So there's some degree to the propaganda, the beheaded babies and all this kind of stuff, that is so over the top that it shuts down actual conversation about actual wrongs, war crimes on both sides.
Mm.
So it's overstating it to where everyone on social media and everywhere in the press and everywhere is arguing, almost become desensitized to actual horrors of death, which are more mundane. They're not so dramatic as beheaded babies.
Yeah, because people, a baby is shot, but decapitated babies. They're like a knife blade that goes into the skin, the trachea, the flesh, the spine. Decapitated. Like you could just like, he's dead. No, you go in. This is the hate. So much hate, and that's why
You have made me laugh at the darkest shit. You're such a beautiful person. Your dark humor is just wonderful.
But you see, this happened to Jews before. Remember blood libel? Where did the blood libel come from? It comes from these rumors that Jews suck babies' blood. This is what they did to
That's
them.
what's in the cup.
Exactly. That's a very delicious baby cup.
Delicious baby blood.
But this is what you do. You tell people something, and it happened with the Native Americans when they were here. When they went in and they wipe a whole tribe. So and Jewish people are one of the minorities that were persecuted and had this used against them for a very long time, and it is terrible and it's terrifying that's been used again.
So I just did a very lengthy debate on Israel and Palestine. And a really painful thing from that was to historians. It was deep, it was thorough, it was fascinating. But in constantly asking about sources of hope or solutions, there was none. There was a sense of, like, a really dark sense of, it's hopeless from both sides. It's hopeless. So I look to you for a source of for a source of hope. Do you have is there any hope here? Solutions, short term, long term.
Obama have kind of summarized this beautifully in his book. He said the reason why the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is so chronic is one side has so much power and the other side have absolutely no power. And that's what he said. He said, like, you have Israel that basically don't listen to us because they're supported by people who are bigger than the president, bigger than the administration. They know that they can. I mean, like like Netanyahu was caught on tape many times saying, like, he's basically like belittling Americans. Like, we control 80% of the population. We don't care. This has kind of like nonchalant, kind of like, we have them. And there's nothing really that compels Israel to give up anything, because at the end of the day, what is compromise? Compromise is like, I give something, you give something. Israel is not giving anything, and they project that on you. So, for example, how many times have we heard like, Palestinians were giving like 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 chances, and they said no to them? And yet, when you read the history, that's not the case at all. Like, for example, in 2000, the whole idea about like Arafat walked away from Oslo, that didn't happen. And there is an incredible video by what's his name, Joe Scarborough, with Misha, and they were hosting her father, Brzezinski. He was the national security advisor, and Joe Scarborough said, like, well, like, Arafat left the Oslo Accord and the Palestinians left, and then Brzezinski said, like, this is like embarrassingly shallow. It's like, listen, what happened was, there was a lot of catches on the Oslo Accord. It was very unfair to the Palestinians. So Arafat said, like, I agree, but I need to take it to the Arab capitals. And they went to Sharm el-Sheikh. They came to Egypt, and he and Ehud Barak went to there. And then Ehud Barak left because there was an election, and he lost. The Ariel Sharon came, and it was destroyed. This is one of the reason why people. It's kind of like, facts don't matter as much as what is the narrative that is being controlled.
But what were the biggest barriers to peace there? Do you think it's fundamentally leaders don't want a two-state solution, or was there nuanced small differences that, if solved, could have led to a two-state solution?
I mean, maybe there was a certain point when the Israeli leaders were more open to compromise. But I can't say that, because each time Israel gives back land, it has to be after some use of force. The 1973 war, the Intifada, the first and second, the casualties in Gaza, they never give up land willingly and because of peace. Because if I have that much military and can do whatever I want, why would I give up anything? I have that much power. Why would America or China give everything if they're so powerful? and especially if they have this kind of open check from the United States. So it is really about what can push Israel to give up something, because you are so much stronger than me. What could compel you to give up something? And this is why the whole thing about trying to equalize Palestinians and the Israeli state and government, it doesn't make any sense.
So what is the source of hope? John Stewart, who will talk about it from many angles, somebody you admire, a friend. He proposed a two-state solution. Look to the comedians for hope.
Yes, well, everybody's talking about the two-state solution, but Israel has said many times on Netanyahu and Venezuela, there's going to be no state solution. They in the past is even Naftali Bennett, he came in on the Hard Talk. It's maybe in the past we wanted two-state solutions, but look, every time we give them land, they kill us. So no state solutions, and they're openly saying it.
That's perhaps rhetoric.
The rhetoric that is supported by action. Because look at what they're doing in the West Bank that you said. They are cutting it, illegal settlement, piecemealing it. So if you have an intention at all to give them anything, why do you keep doing this?
And you've called it a bunch of little Gazas.
Yeah.
It's a nice little picture of what's happening.
Piecemealing it, because it is what happened in the past 4 months. The Palestinians have been microdosing on it for a very long time. Little by little. And we would shout every time when it gets too much, and then we shut down, and then little by little. But this time it was hard. It was hard to see the blatant oppression. And the word said, maybe the Hamas Ministry of Health are giving us the bad numbers. Maybe it's just human shields. And I laugh. There's 13,000 babies killed. Does that mean that there are 13,000 military targets hiding in their diapers? Because it is so... It doesn't make any sense to kill that. Maybe it's just oops, this is out of our head.
It's hard to know what to do with those numbers. I mean, it's just one baby is enough.
But you know what happens? When you hear so many numbers become numbers. And you become so desensitized. And this is why there's a difference between saying 13,000 Palestinian kids dead, is like Mila Cohen, baby, 10-month-old. She was killed in her crib. And this is what we hear from CNN. We never hear a story about a Palestinian kid. That's why, thank you for giving me the space for saying the news of the Palestinian children that were killed just for 4 weeks. It's because humans needs context. They need depth. They need a 3D look at what they can look at. If you just tell them numbers, they don't mean anything.
Is there some degree to where both leaderships, Hamas, PA, Palestinian Authority, Israel, all want war, perpetual war to remain in power?
That's an interesting question. But I mean, let's admit something. The Arab regime in the area have actually used the problem of Palestine in order to stay in power, in order to get excuses have this enemy. And Israel, the Israeli government has used that too, and maybe the Palestinians. But my problem when going into discussion is that the two sides are not equal. They're not equal in power. They're not equal in influence, and they're not equal in international support, especially with the United States. So Palestinians the people who have made changes in history were the people with power, the people who would have the ability to change things. And the Palestinians cannot really change it. What can they change?
Well, is that true though?
Okay.
With how much support the Palestinian people have? So, just like you said, there's a lot of Arab states there that will voice their pro-Palestinian position in order to distract from their own corruption and abuses of power in their own countries. But I don't think, if you look globally, there's a complete asymmetry of power and public opinion here. Maybe in the press in the West, but if you look globally,
But do they have the same kind of weapons that the Israeli have?
literally power, no, there's a major asymmetry of literal power.
Some money to their leaders? Does that make any difference? I mean, and also when you say Palestinian Authority, which authority are you talking about? Hamas or the Palestinian Authority who has been kind of a domesticated, kind of like a puppy for the Palestinians, who basically have been an informant for their own, on their own people. And this is the thing also that kind of like really pissed me off when I was hearing the thing about this, like Hamas. Like, we have Netanyahu on tape confessing that he supported Hamas, gave him money in order to cause factions in between the Palestinians. So it's just like, it doesn't make. You just told me this. You just told me Netanyahu support Hamas. Like, but Hamas, like, what?
I mean, to which degree does Netanyahu represent the Israeli people? Is a real question.
To which point does Trump or Biden represent the American people?
And to which degree does Hamas represent the Palestinian people?
None of these represent it, but who have the power in order to make the decisions? It really comes down to that.
Well, who does have the power? You're giving a lot of power to Israel.
Yeah.
But the Arab League...
What should Hamas do? What do you think we should Hamas do?
Continue doing what a charter says, which is trying to destroy Israel. And the role of the Palestinian people is to overthrow Hamas and get a more moderate leadership, probably. And the role of the Israeli people is to vote out this right-wing government and elect a more moderate leader so that there's a chance at peace with two moderate leaders.
So before Hamas even got to control 2006 Gaza, there was Ariel Sharon in 2000. And we all know what happened. And Ariel Sharon kind of like came up with this amazing policy of like breaking people's kids' bones in the Intifada. So Ehud Barak was also like, I mean, which one is moderate? I mean, I think Hamas is a product of what happened. I mean, we can, if there was no apartheid in South Africa, there would be no NFC. There would be no Nelson Mandela. There were no Nazis in Paris. There would be no French resistance. And I'm not saying that, and again, I'm not, I don't want to be put in a position to defend Hamas or anybody, because you know what that entails. But those are like Hamas, again, not defending them. They went into October 7th. What was their, why did they do that? Like, release our hostages, the people in prison. Because if you talk about people who were kidnapped, Israel kidnaps people every single day. And when they had the first exchange on November 4th, Israel released 400 people, 3/4 of them were women and children. Why are those people in prison? There's 1 in 4 kids that are in prison that stay in solitary confinement, which is by international law a form of torture. And you're putting kids through that.
Is it possible? So first of all, ceasefire.
Yes.
And longer term, is it possible for Arab states and the United States to get together and with power through diplomacy enforce a solution?
It's a very, very ideal solution, but you know, and I know, that the Arab states don't really have the power. All of the powers are in the hands of America.
They have the power. See, I think they have the power. I don't.
Maybe they don't want to use it.
They don't. Well, that's
maybe
because there's a benefit. Like the dark sense I have is that a lot of people win from the suffering that Palestinians are going through, because they can point to that and distract from
definitely
corruption in their own states. And then obviously Iran can benefit also from the same kind of dynamic, distracting from the authoritarian nature of their regime.
Definitely, but what is the core of the problem here? Is it the Arab states using the suffering, or the suffering itself? And the suffering comes from people being displaced, their homes were taken away. There are 7 million Palestinians in diaspora. 7 million. 7 million went out there, and now they're living in Canada and America and Europe. They had homes there they cannot go back to. 1.7 million people of the people in Gaza don't belong in Gaza. They were pushed from other places. The piecemeal thing of people are being, in Germany, I'm going to shift gear a little bit. It's going to be a little bit of fun. There is a book that I bought the rights to, and I want to turn it into a movie. And I optioned the right for 2 months, for 2 years in March of last year, before October 7th. After October 7th, I bought The Permanent Right. That book is called The Muslim and the Jew. And it is written by an author called Ronen Steinke. I read an article about this book in 2016, and I chased that book for rights for 7 years. I didn't have that much money, but I wanted that book. And that book was translated into English called Anna and Dr. Helmi. And that book tells the incredible story under Nazi Germany, where Arabs went in droves to Berlin in the 1920s after the First World War in the Weimar Republic. And they became doctors and engineers and journalists because for two reasons. Number one, it was dirt cheap, very cheap because of the inflation. And two, a lot of the Arab nationalists didn't want to send their kids to England or France because they were the occupiers. And Dr. Helmi was the hero of that. He's an Egyptian doctor. And that's why I personally kind of connected with him. And he went to school, medical school, didn't find a place to live, so he lived in the Jewish ghetto, like many Arabs. He didn't find a school to work at a hospital to work in, so he worked in a Jewish hospital. So there was a lot of Arabs who lived with the ghetto, and actually the first director of the Berlin Mosque was a Jewish convert who converted to Islam, and he was a gay activist. I'm telling you, this is like a crazy story. And this is not a fiction story. This is actually a fiction. It's written actually based on the statement and the documents of the Nazi Party.
Fucking phenomenal.
Dr. Helmi,
Look at this. I've never seen it.
he was in this hospital, and the Nazis came in and they killed and tortured and beat up the Jewish doctor, and they made him the head of his department. Then now he is surrounded by Nazi doctors. They didn't touch him because he was an Arab. There was kind of like a thing between Germany and the Arabs because they wanted to appease to them in order to have kind of a grassroots base in the Arab world where he wanted to go next.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why 1934, 1935, the racial laws of Nuremberg, they had a name change. First they were called anti-Semitic. Then they changed into anti-Jewish because also Arabs were Semitic. So they wanted to appease the Arabs. Now, what happened to Dr. Helmi when that happened to him? He would go back to the ghetto and he would see the apartments next to him, the Jewish apartment, become more and more and more flooded with people because they were moving Jews and pushing them and putting them together, pushing them to the side. And each apartment, instead of one family, it would have 3, 4, 6, 7 families. And he was there on his home, and he was there. This is where the people he grew up with, he lived with, and now he's seeing that kind of discrimination just because he's an Arab. And then he started to kind of like atone for, like, because he felt responsible because he wasn't treated the same way, and he started to go and treat Jewish people in their homes because they couldn't go to hospitals. And then one family gave them his daughter. It's like, this is Anna, save her. He took her, pretended that she's his niece, put a hijab around her, taught her Arabic, called her Nadia, my daughter's name, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And he hid her in plain sight for 7 years in front of the Nazis as his nurse. It's an incredible story. And then not just that, he went to prison, and then he went out and he formed with the Arab people in prison with him a network that saved 300 Jews. See that kind of story? This is the Jews that were living in the Arab world. I'm not saying that the Jews living in the Arab world was living like an incredible life. Of course, as a kind of a minority, they did not have like the full power or their full, advantages of the rule. That's normal. But we had this kind of a relationship before Israel was erected in 1948. And then, of course, everybody looked at Jews at the time as fifth column. And of course, the nationalistic regimes used that. And this is why what Biden said was very dangerous when he said, if there is no Israel, no Jew in the world will feel safe. You are the leader of the free world. You are the president of the United States. Do you mean that you are telling me that the Jews in your country, in the United States of America, are not safe? That is wrong on two levels. Number one, America historically and right now, is more safe to Jews in America, in the world, than more than anybody. They are safer than the Jews in Israel. They never had pogroms or the Holocaust like Europe. They live here a good life, not perfect life, but they are better. Second of all, if you're the president and you're telling that a group of people will not feel safe unless there is a different one, you are already feeding into their fifth column. They're like, you're Russian, you come from there. And there is a group of laws in the Russian constitution that says that Russia will protect its citizens everywhere in the world. What happens if the president says like, oh, you're Russians, you protect my own country, you don't belong here? This is terrible.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually an indirect threat. It's like,
Yes.
Even saying Muslims cannot feel safe in America or something like this. That means like that's a threat.
But what would a Jewish person in Beverly Hills or in Brooklyn feel if he hears that? You are already telling people you need to be loyal to Israel. I mean, Israel is a foreign country. I am sorry, but Israel is a foreign country. Israel is a client country that we sponsor, and should actually be responsible and held accountable for what they do.
You mentioned 1948, the Nakba, but before that, 41, 39, 41 to 45, the Holocaust. What do you do? What do you do with the Holocaust? Like, how do you incorporate into the calculus of what's
it's terrible.
of morality that leads up to the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from the land? How do you work that out?
It's just terrible. But what the systemic annihilation of Jewish people under the Nazis, that is like a carefully engineered, thought for, planned. It was terrible. It was like kind of like the human ingenuity put into like something that is very evil. But also, it is not just that happened. We need to remember that Otto Frank, the father of Anna Frank, has his refugee visa rejected by the United States. There's a lot of people that were rejected by the United States, rejected by other European countries, and then they were pushed into Palestine. So you have to put yourself between under the Arabs. Okay, we're sitting here. Okay, come, and then all right, you don't have a home or a country anymore. That kills you. I mean, you see, if I'm not an Arab, and you give me that kind of piece of like terrible human tragedy, like, oh my God, that is terrible. But then I'm an Arab, like, yes, I'm so sorry, but what do I have to do with that? Why is it that my fault? The persecution of the Jewish people have started since the 8th and 9th century because they were first anti-Christians, they were like criminal immigrants, they were like conspirators. This is the anti, like people kind of like as if Europe kind of like throw anti-Semitism on us. You understand that like Henry Ford was one of the biggest he was the inspiration for Adolf Hitler. That's how anti-Semitic Henry Ford was. And you kind of like gloss over that. And then suddenly we as Arabs have to pay the price. Why?
Several questions I want to ask there. So, but one, just zooming out, why do you think hatred of Jews has been such a viral kind of idea throughout human history?
Oh, it's very easy. It all started from Christ. They killed Christ. They killed Christ. They killed Christ. They're the killer of Christ.
That's a very sexy story.
That was so, yeah, and that stayed for years. That stayed for centuries. Centuries. They're the killer of Christ. And then the Catholic Church did not allow usury, but they would work in usury, so they become rich. Now the people that we hate, that we accuse them of killing Christ, are becoming rich. So that's envy now, and that's hatred. I mean, when you talk about ghettos were not just as secluded parts in cities. Sometimes those ghettos were outside the cities. Jews were not even allowed to work a lot of professions. They were not allowed to get into the syndicates of certain professions. So they had to go work usually, and they got rich. So the people hated them more. The first crusade didn't kill a single Muslim. All they killed were Jews. And when they finally arrived to Jerusalem, all they killed were Jews. They almost annihilated the Jews. So it was all this. And of course, you have the Dark Ages. Who do you need as an enemy? The Jews. Right? They're the killer of Christ. There's nothing bigger than this. And then you fast forward. I mean, one of the things that I found out that was very, 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 very crazy when Henry Ford imported the protocols of the elders of Zion. By the way, in the Arab world, protocols of the elders of Zion is so funny, and for obvious reasons. And for the people who don't know it, it's kind of like a bunch of like stories, and basically it's like the Jews say like we're gonna control the world and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that and whatever. What people don't know that is a work of plagiarism. It was plagiarized from a satirical play called Conversation in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. And it is just it is and it is kind of like based on one chapter or one scene or so. It's crazy.
But it's crazy how sticky it is. Like,
Yes,
it's weird.
yes. Because if I hate you, that's great. But if I have a story to support that hate, that's even better.
But it's like one of the best stories, one of the stickiest stories about hate.
Cool.
That's probably the most effective. Because like a lot of peoples hate other groups of peoples, but that's just like the sexiest story of them all.
Because humans need to concentrate their hate, their insecurities, and their shortcomings into one thing that they can practice that hate on. If it's a person, great. If it's a group, even better.
Like, how do you into this calculus incorporate that group is pretty small? There's 16 million Jews worldwide.
Mhm.
And you mentioned how is that the responsibility of the Arab peoples? Everybody should be to blame for not taking in Jews after the Holocaust. But the reality of the situation, if we look at the religious slice of this, there's 16, let's say, million Jews, and there's I don't know how many Muslims, but 1.8 billion.
Yeah.
How do you that difference, that 100x difference? Do you incorporate that into the sense that Jews in Israel might feel, or the existential dread that this small group might be destroyed?
The Jews in Israel have every right to feel afraid because of everything that they see and everything they've been told, everything. But I would say that the calculus with the numbers doesn't of course, like being small, it is of course a factor, but it is never an excuse in order to take something that's not yours. It's saying like, hey, you have 300 million Americans, and we have 52 states. Give one state, there's too many of them. Too many of you. Just give them something. It's like the fact that I have something and you don't, and there's too many of me and there is little of you. And then you come in and it's not really Israel against the Arab world or the Muslim world, because we have to say we fucked up big time. But it is the Palestinians that are in, and they are being subjected to that. So it's not really like the 1.8 billion and the 16 million Jews. And the 1.8 billion, if you look at them, some of them don't care. Some of them live into regimes that are being oppressed, and those regimes are supported by the United States in order. It's easier for me as an empire to take what I want from this country if I control the dictator. And I tell them that his power is linked to my ability to my desire to keep him in power. So that's why you have a total disconnect between people in power in the Arab and the Muslim countries and the people themselves.
Can you speak to 1948? Because you mentioned taking land that's not yours. Maybe parallels with Native Americans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was a war. The Jewish minority fought that war against several Arab states and won that war. How do we incorporate that into the calculus?
Yeah, well, that's also a misconception, like a misinterpretation of the event, because it seems that it was like it's kind of like a David and Goliath kind of story. And I was always like, how did we not do that? But in reality, with numbers, I can't pull it up right now, but if you look at the numbers, the number of tanks, the planes, the trained officers, because many of those Jewish fighters came from World War II. They were seasoned fighters, and they actually had more planes, more tanks, more artillery, more pieces of weapon, more of the all of the other combined, because the people that really like fought was Egypt. And you have to, 1948, many of those Arab countries didn't even have their independence, so they would kind of like send like a cavalry or like a people in horses. But in fact, the whole idea was like we won against 7 nations. The numbers were totally in Israel's favor. They were better equipped, they were better trained, they had like more tanks and artillery and airplanes, and they planned better. So they deserved the win because they planned and we did it.
So to you, there was an asymmetry of military power.
Yeah.
But what do you do with the fact that the war was won? So, like, if you look at the history of the world, there is wars fought over land.
I agree with you. This has been the history of humanity. Humanity was not living peacefully. It's all about like people taking people and killing people, taking their land. But there's 2 differences here. Usually, the conquering power, like for example, England. They had England, and they conquer you in India. And after the occupation finished, they go back to England. France, Greece, Persia, Egypt, they will like go in, expand and shrink, expand and shrink. So it's always been there. What is different here is exactly what happened in Australia and the United States. A group of people came in, not just to conquer and take the land, but to completely change them, to replace them and get them out or kill them. It was very easy with the Indians because they had smallpox, there was no social media, they did it over 400 years, they had time. The problem is what is happening right now. I agree with you, it might not be that new, but we are there and we're watching it happen.
And so now we have to confront the realities of war and empire and conquering.
Because you know what's the problem? We told ourselves we can be better. After 1948, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It means that we are going to be better humans. We're not going to kill and take land. We're not going to displace people. We're not going to take people for what they have. There's now laws. There's international law. There's International Court of Justice. And now Israel is giving the middle finger to all of them.
So isn't in some fundamental way this whole thing that we're talking about is us as a civilization on social media, in articles and books, in newspapers? We're just trying to figure out who are we as a people.
I think that the shock came from the fact that we thought that we as humanity have evolved, and now we are. What have actually changed is that we became more advanced in effectively eradicating a group of people because of the technology that we have. And the fact that we can do that under the eyes and ears of all the world, and we are watching it on their phone. We have a window. We have a window to the war. 1945, people didn't know what was happening in Japan. We heard about it on the radio. Today our forces came in and they launched. We don't know. We heard it. We saw pictures after that, and it's quite edited. But now we see it. We're into it, and it is so much for our psyche, and we can't get it. And it's like, and the Arabs will say like, guys, you told us. We came to the West because we were told that we were equal. The Universal Declaration of Rights. One of the co-authors, his name is Stefan Hessel. He's a Jew. He is a survivor of the Holocaust. And you know what happened to him? He died, by the way, a couple of years ago. But before he died, he was canceled by so many people, and he was called anti-Semitic because he joined the BDS movement and he spoke about the truth of Palestine. That is the author of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that we value so much, and we think that would define our humanity. But then we go in and we are shocked. It's like maybe we were sold something. Maybe that was false advertisement.
You shared a tweet by an account called Awesome Jew. It reads, Islamo-Nazi comedian Bassem Youssef, comedian in quotes, by the way.
Yeah, of course, because I'm not funny.
So Islamo-Nazi comedian Bassem Youssef is now denying Dr. I love that you retweeted this twice.
Yeah.
I suppose because it's advertising some upcoming dates. He's now denying October 7th massacre. The Muslim radical Bassem Youssef, is notorious for his radical said twice, for his radical hatred of Jews in Israel. In a recent clip, he claims that the atrocities committed on October 7th are fabricated. We're looking for all information regarding any of his upcoming shows, as well as the venues which host the scumbag with Jews faith around this Nazi. Nazi.
Yeah.
This is my first time interviewing a Nazi.
It's the first time I actually get called a Nazi.
First time.
I have been called so many things in Egypt. So, in Egypt, I was called a CIA operative, a Mossad spy, secret Muslim Brotherhood, a secret Jew. There was also an article that was published about me in the state-run media, saying in details how Bassem has been recruited by CIA agents using Jon Stewart in order to use satire to bring down the country. I was a Freemason, an infidel, a member of the Knights of the Temple, something like that. And there is actually people, the Muslim Brotherhood on their show, they would say like, he is actually an Israeli and they have forged an Egyptian ID for him to come. So it's kind of like when I guess I said, I left all of that behind and I come here, it's like, boom, anti-Semitic Nazi. Yeah. I mean, I really covered everything. I don't know what else. I mean, I think I have, it's kind of like I'm collecting PhDs. I'm just like getting like all of these credits.
I mean, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with the attacks? I mean, this goes back to the decision to do the interview with Piers Morgan. Like, how do you like psychologically through all of it?
These kind of attacks, at the beginning, it's fun. But when they evolve into something else, so for example, I was like laughing off all of the stuff about calling me this, calling me that. But then when people would come and thread the theater, because it's not the people who are making those accusations that would come to you, it's the people that will hear and see those accusations and act on it. And there's always the fear of like, I mean, we have in the air board a lot of things like somebody would hear something about someone else and go kill him and whatever, like anybody else. So there's this. But somehow I want to make fun of it, and it is to be called an Islamo-Nazi. It must have been the funniest thing ever, because does it Islamo-Nazi? Wow! How did you? And a radical Muslim? Me? A lot of Islamists hate me. They will call me a secular infidel. So it's kind of like, who am I? Maybe I have an identity crisis, and I need the people to tell me who I am.
So let's go to the beginning. Let's go to your childhood. You grew up in Egypt, Cairo, Egypt. Well, let's figure out how you came to be who you are.
How do you become an Islamo-Nazi?
Yeah, exactly. It's a long journey. I do like the swastika tattoo on your ass, which I didn't.
How did you see my ass?
You know what you did.
I know I did it.
It was very inappropriate. You're also obviously a sexual harasser.
This is like a Me Too.
Yes.
This is like 2020. Someone would come up and like, okay,
we flip it. This is your Me Too moment. All right. So, Cairo, what's a defining memory, positive and negative, from your childhood?
My memory in general was cool. It was cool. I went to a Catholic school until for primary school, the elementary. And by the time I'd done, there was kind of like a start of a decline into the public education. And my parents, they're like middle-class working officials. My dad was a judge, my mom was a business professor. And they were like one of the people who's like, they didn't have that much luxury. My dad like drove like a regular like car, a Fiat, which is like the equivalent for the Lada in Russia. Yeah.
Thank you for speaking to the audience.
The Lada. And
so would that be a good car? Or
no,
car?
it's kind of like the minimum. And my dad was not like a man of showing off. Whatever money they would do, they would put it for us, education, give everything to their kids. This is kind of like a very, very typical mentality. And I'm sure it's in many cultures, but like we grew up with this, like everything that we have is like for kids. So they will put us in education. So middle school, That was the big 1986 was the beginning of the explosion of like international schools, private schools, and these schools were relatively expensive. Of course, now with today's currency, it's ridiculous, but at that time, it was very expensive. So I went to that school, and from there was this moment, it was like you feel less right away. I mean, people, of course, there's the regular bullying and stuff, but it's not that. It's kind of like you always feel less. You don't have that much of like purchasing power that can allow you to go to the same outings or travel with them, and even like how you dress, it would be modest compared to them. So I was always an outsider. And I compensated with that by two things: being good at school and at sports. So I was not like the typical nerd. It was just like I was playing football, basketball, track and field, and I was like one of the people who would like to have me on their team. So I wasn't like kind of like he's a nerd, get him away. But I never had a girlfriend. I never had any kind of like I was not boyfriend material. So that's kind of like it leaves remnants in you that you're not good enough.
But psychologically, you're always like when you're by yourself, you felt like an outsider.
Yes, all the time. And that's why it's kind of like I'm more of a loner. I don't have a lot of what you call friends. I have acquaintances, people that I do stuff with, but I don't have like the people that I tell them everything. When I went to medical school, now medical school is a different animal. Medical school is where all of the people from the public schools go. Public schools are very like they are not they don't have like they don't have English language as like a strong part, but they are brilliant people. So because they would mostly study in Arabic. But they are brilliant and they are very, very, very smart, very sharp. But then I'll go there. Now I am the sissy boy from the private school that comes into medical school. Now I'm an outsider again. And I go into I go into residency and I pick up salsa. So now I'm a salsa teacher while being a cardiothoracic surgery resident, and I'm an outsider for the third time because in salsa I'm kind of like the respectful doctor, and in resident I'm the guy who is just dancing. So and everything, of course, as a medical resident, you will mess up a lot.
Yeah.
So they would always like, oh, because you're a dancer, oh, because you don't care about medicine, you just like want to go there and dance with women, which is true.
Yeah.
But but and so all of my life I felt that I'm an outsider. I'm not part of the team. I'm not part of the core group. So, and I have a story that you would love. I right before my residency, I was so much into salsa, so I had all of the money, and then you saved that, and I was working in summers, and I was doing extra jobs, and I took that money and I went to Miami in order to learn Rueda de Casino, which is the Cuban kind of like circle salsa kind of thing. And I went there in the summer of 2001. And my return ticket was 9/12, 2001.
Universal sense of humor, I gotta tell you that.
No, 9/12. I was supposed to be on a plane coming back to Egypt. What happens? Thank God I ran out of money 10 days before that. It was like, all right, I changed my ticket and I came back. 9/11. I'm kind of like, my mom, wake up! Wake up! What? It's like, and I see like a 2-hour phone. It was like, mom's like, oh, you're here. That, and I was like, I could have been in Guantanamo.
Yeah. Flying at 9/12.
But by the way, I was in Miami. When they went to the flying school in Miami. So I mean, I had like 9/11 written all over my face.
You'd be all over the news.
And Mom was like, "What? You went there to dance salsa? I didn't know that salsa is like a name for terrorists."
Why salsa? Why did that attract you? And what, like, can you explain what salsa is? So I mentioned to you offline that I've been doing a little bit of tango, trying to learn it.
Yeah, I like samba, salsa, bachata, merengue. It's kind of like Latin dances, and it's like I don't know how you describe salsa. Couple dance on that beat, and I did it because I talk about that about my Arabic stand-up comedy, not the English. I talk about like how I was, I didn't have like really like a great like social life, and my friends went there one day, and I go into a place which it was called El Ghetto Negro. No, it was called Big Fat Black Pussycat. And then I think they thought it will be like racist or something, so to change it to get to negro. Anyway, so
Great
I know,
decision.
I know. So I went there. It's like, damn, music and women. And a doctor dancing salsa. That is a chick magnet.
Yeah, 100%.
We do everything for that.
All of
Even power, even money.
all the
Do it.
wars we've been talking about.
Women.
At the end of the day.
the approval from the other sex. We are babies. We are terrible people.
Yeah.
So of course, like I mean, that was like great. But then as a nerd, I went so hard, and now I became a salsa teacher.
Yeah.
And I earned more money from salsa more than I did as a doctor.
I didn't know this part of it. That's hilarious.
I know I was making killing amount of money, like huge amount of money. And I was just like, I would go finish my shift and I go to the salsa class. And sometimes I would have like 70 people in my salsa class.
Oh wow.
I had like the biggest salsa class in Egypt in the beginning of the 2000s. And it was fantastic. And it was an outlet because you go there and there's the shifts and people dying. Damn, and they go,
Escape. You must have been good.
I was okay. I was cool. I was fun. There were people better than me, but I have a thing about teaching. I like teaching people.
So you mentioned heart surgery. So what motivated you to become a doctor?
It was a choice of exclusion. I mean, there's nothing else you can do with these high grades other than doctor in engineering. I hate math, so go be a doctor. This is the Middle East. What do you expect? You see that in my show, I said like it can be one of three things in the Middle East: a doctor, an engineer, or a disappointment. That is the choices that you have. So years after, I'm a disappointment.
You're damn good at it, though. That's a hard path, though.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating one.
Can I tell you something that actually I was thinking about? Why did I actually go to medicine? And why did I always choose the hardest thing, although I didn't love it? And I have to tell you that I had an epiphany only 2 weeks ago.